In about 20 minutes, well, yeah, like 20 minutes, I've got to go to family dinner and water the garden, then go to family dinner. So, I'm gonna take a small break here in 20 minutes. 4 memetics out of that. Yeah, I want to do bronze crafting because it's even better. Yep. Even better XP. I think I can make. It takes thermonium. Yeah, but thermonium. Yeah, I'll just spend the points. Yeah. And now I can make like the thermomium stuff or whatever it is. Yeah, thermomium. It takes gravel. It's something I can cycle gravel, huh? Yeah, thermoium or whatever. Let's test the action. Oh, I don't have any ammo. Wait, so... I need to be able to make ammo. So now that I've I'll do one more run and kill some things. With the pistol, I guess. Oh, I need to make a torch. Yeah. Pistol and torch. Oh yeah, you can modify, I forgot. Crit rate, 9%. Never mind, I want weapon damage, never mind. Crit rate on the shotgun. Alright, so I've got to produce some sulfur as well, and I can't. Like gunpowder as well, and I can't. I've got to get some more. Man, is that where we're going? Yeah, that's where we're going. Damn, that's cool. I think I want to dust off my custom character and make her a ghoul. And then on 76, and then get ready for the next expansion a little bit. Or not expansion, but the content that they're about to drop. There's more content, and there's stuff I haven't seen that she can do that the other character can't do. And she has like VATS accuracy, it's like complete. Yeah, and I'll do spawn of enemies around, and I'll make a bunker that I can just spawn. I am resting until daytime. Get out of my bed. You know, I'll take that crew assignment thing, and I'll stick all of these people. I'll assign these people to different tasks. Like, you man this, you man that, you man this, you man that, right? And give them different beds and stuff and assign them. That might be a good mod. I'll probably buy that one too. Tomorrow will be fun. I'm going to buy a whole bunch of Starfield mods, and it's going to be a bunch of good content for tomorrow to make the game much more fresh and interesting than it already is. I'm going to buy some new dungeons and stuff and just keep adding new content, because it's like, you know, I could see blowing like $500 on Starfield and making it a completely different experience, all achievement friendly, so I can just finish out achievements. And when I finish out achievements, when I finish out completionist Starfield, I can start using illegal mods, because who cares? You know, who cares about disabling mods? You know, at that point I can get blood mods and cool mods and stuff, and you know, other really cool mods. Do the whole Bethesda experience. I am trying to... oh yeah, I slept, right? Is it daytime now? Not really, no. So this will be... yeah, 8 a.m., 9, 10 a.m. Oh, I need to go produce a torch. I want to put my camp down, like, close by, like, right here. Yeah, like, how close to the, how close to the monument can I get? Oh, look, I can put it, like, right up against, oh, flatter terrain, okay. Right up against it, huh? Now, dream zones, which are highlighted in purple on the map, are areas corrupted by the nightmare tube. Within a dream zone, you will steadily accumulate confusion, kind of like Enshrouded. Once you exit the dream zone, your confusion will subside over time. Nightmare tubes in the dream zone come in 3 types: light, deep, and eternal. Nightmare tubes are usually in a dormant state. Feed them enough wakeful sand to activate them and awaken the deviants within. Wakeful sand is found exclusively in dream zones. Gather wakeful clocks, defeat enemies, and activate dream zone trace boxes to obtain wakeful sand. So I think that's for people who need more content out of this game than just the survival. But honestly, I just want the survival and grinding a monument. That's it. I don't need that stuff, really. Oh, I wasn't ready. Oops. When I get a torch, I can super lunge them to open, which is good. So, make a torch. Yep. And now we're gonna go back to the camp. Or, well, I don't need to teleport. I'll just jump up there. Look, it's beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Frame rate's better than Rust. Look at that beautiful, smooth-ass fucking frame rate. Must be UE5. I don't really know. So all this cool stuff like anti-grav and shit that Rust won't do. I think it's actually kind of cool. So, what am I doing here? I am upgrading the, I am calibrating this torch. Or Dream Zone. Oh, Dream Zones give Stardust Source. Okay, well maybe I do want to do Dream Zones then. Is there like a low level Dream Zone? 15. 18, 25, 21. So 15, we can start running the zones. Okay, that's good. I mean, I probably could move to level 15, just move outside that Nightmare every night. Yeah, I could probably move outside the lookout and just travel to that Nightmare. So I'll move, but not yet. I have work to do here. So here's my torch. It's on my 4 key. It should be on my 3 key. Oops. I'm gonna upload 4 key. I love that upload thing that they've got. So, oh yeah. So, your 4 key needs to be on 3. Switch to melee weapon needs to be 3. Weapon 2 can remain blank, it's not needed. And 4... Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, cool. It's kind of like Minecraft. I like this game, and I'm going to play it more. I always have. I for some reason I can't find a reason to play it as much as I want to. But I think that's gonna, like, when I have another game to focus on, like Starfield, that is a main, that is beautiful, and it is taking up my time. I don't mind spending time on Once Human at all. So, okay, now we're ready to melee, and we can jump up into the stratosphere and go blah, shit like that. I can jump halfway. Look, I can arrive so quick. You can travel so quickly like that. Oh. I should be torching the single targets almost always, because I just don't have the, Look, they're like properly burning now when you torch them. Give credit, but you can't beat them. Simple sync. Oh, I didn't know that had loot. I don't like how I'm standing on his head. You should fix that. Combat's a little better. The hit marker makes it a little better for me. Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
It's 15 till 7, and exactly at 7, your dinner will be done.
Okay, I'm gonna come right now.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, love you, bye. Gotta teleport back. Hello? Hello? Oh, did your butt call me? Oh. I like this little dungeon. It's easy, it's fun. I can grind it for a time, and it has a lot of loot for how small it is. I like coming in here. It's very sequential and linear, and it appeals to me from a simplistic dungeon sense. I think it's a well-designed dungeon, actually. You know, a little sub-jaunt, not really like a too engaging, but still pretty good. One of the things I like about it is at the end of it, you can just warp home. It's over. I'm running out of time. Okay, guys, I gotta go water the garden and go eat dinner with the family, so I'm going to go do so, teleporting home. I love I can just exit out. I can just exit out. So now, what else? I will save Bo quick as well as a reel. Yep, and now we'll exit out since I know I'm gonna DC anyways. Yep, I'm gonna get off my GeForce now. Select all, disassemble. Nice, and hopefully that's a lot of XP that I got. Did I get some memetics? No, not really. But maybe we can eventually make a tier 2. It's gonna take some. Oh, I can make a tier 2, huh? Oh, bronze ingot, nice. Yeah. So I'm going to make some bronze ingots, I guess. Let's make some bronze ingots. Bronze ingots. Don't have a lot, but this would take some bronze, which is over there. But we can leave this game on, and I'm in this place. Gonna dump and do the autopilot to the next jaunt of the journey. But first, let's turn in and leave to do some space trucking. Good. And now we go, make sure it's not the same one. And now we go, item, fleet hanger, undock, I'm gonna pause this video here. Hi guys, it's 8 o'clock on the dot. It's 8 p.m. I'm back. The stream's been live for a little bit, but the video didn't start till now. I'm gonna unpause and go back to it. It's 8 p.m. Gonna play some video games.
Who is handing out pieces of butcher paper and little gummy worms to everybody that walks into the door. This mother says,
"Okay, everybody, I'm going to dim the lights now, and we're gonna put the gummy worms into our mouths, and then we're all going to sketch how the gummy worms feel wriggling on our tongues."
I dropped out of college the next day. As a Chad Andrew Loomis enjoyer at the time, I could tell with 100% certainty that the longer I spent in that place, the more of my own time I was going to waste. The next 4 years were a blur. I don't know what the fuck I did. I think I got
So I want to draw your attention to something. Do you see how her teeth are cut? They're like cut. This is because she either had them removed or she bit down on these lip rings that don't look too good. And there's some kind of neurological damage here.
I was married for
There's a lot of her teeth are missing, and a lot of her facial structure is listing to the left.
a little while.
You can see how this side of it is slanted down, like right here, and the rest of her mouth is fine. See it right here, but on the left side of her body, she's got neurological damage really badly.
That's a story for another time, a very traumatizing story. I'm divorced now. If you feel like you're
divorced now?
your 20s, it's because you are, but so is everybody else, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's my sagely advice for you youngins out there. I applied to other schools that I thought might have had decent art programs, but I kept getting rejected because my GPA still wasn't good enough. Eventually, in late 2015, my dad comes up to me and says, "Hey, I found you an art school that doesn't care about that time you flunked geometry in high school, or that other time you flunked algebra too." And that's how I ended up at Noman. I'm still of the opinion that art school should generally be avoided in this economy, but let's say you must absolutely go to an art school. Like, let's say your parents are just all over your dick about getting that degree, like that piece of shit I threw on the ground earlier in the video, and you really, really want to do 3D art, then just go to Noman. The cool thing about Noman is that every teacher there is an industry professional, and you can go there to make friends with these people. Why is that important? Because the entertainment industry is one that is built heavily on nepotism. Heavily. Like, do not underestimate that. I'm not saying just go there and be a kiss ass or anything. That's really cringe, and people can always tell when you're doing that. I mean, go actually make friends with people. I met my best friend at Noman, and you're listening to his music right now, so you never know when people are just gonna come and clutch for you. If I could go back in time, though, instead of taking the full program, I would just take individual courses, because the cost of any art school was kind of crazy. That, combined with living in Los Angeles, was not a great time for my parents' wallet. Also, depending on what you want to do in the industry, some of the classes there just aren't necessary. Like, I had to take 2 rigging classes. I don't remember anything about rigging. I hate rigging, and I've never had to use it a single time in production. Anytime I was asked to do anything related to rigging, I just said, "No, I'm not doing that shit, sorry." Cool industry tip: if you don't actually want to do something, all you have to do is be born a decently attractive girl, and then you probably don't have to do it. Other than Noman, I would just avoid going to art school entirely, because if you go anywhere else, you're probably going to end up with a degree in advanced McDonald's studies.
もしもし、ドナルドです。
This mainly pertains to 3D, though. If you're doing 2D, then I don't really know what the situation is as far as higher education goes. But, 2D doesn't really rely heavily on different types of software the way that 3D does. So, you should just get YouTube videos for that. Like, I'm not a 2D illustrator professionally by any means, but I can draw and paint decently enough for the kind of stupid shit I like to post online just to amuse myself, and I was able to do that by just training myself via YouTube tutorials. So you'd be surprised the kind of things that you can find online to bolster your education. and for free. After years of grinding, of blood, sweat, and tears, in that time a homeless man followed me home with his wiener out because I lived in Los Angeles, I finally got my degree. Up until that point, art school was the hardest I'd ever worked in my life, and it paid off. The stuff I could make was pretty damn cool, and I'd even won an award just for being a tryhard. I wasn't just the village dumbass that struggled with long division anymore. I could use Maya. I was a juggernaut at stuff that I actually enjoyed doing for the first time in my life. So you'd think it'd be smooth sailing from there. All I have to do is go...
That's when they swat you.
Apply to jobs and go to interviews in person and in close proximity to other people while shaking their hands and making physical contact in the same room, breathing the same air. My graduation ceremony was in December of 2019, and 2 months later, the entire world fell apart, and I was pretty worried. 2 weeks to stop the spread turned into 2 months, and I wasn't sure what to even do with myself. Suddenly, studios figured out that people were just as competent working...
Notice her teeth are missing where her lip ring is. You gotta kind of wonder, was she chewing on the rings?
...home as they were...
She was. You can see she was either some kind of dental surgery, some kind of injury, some kind of accident...
from an office, and everybody...
But her teeth are missing where her ring is.
...was getting these...
That is fucking terrifying to me. Shall we actually get the old, I don't know. I'm not trying to shame her. There's no shame or any kind of, like... I'm not going to make fun of her or anything like that. I just see something, I'm going to draw attention to it. Yeah. What are we looking for? The, magnifier. We're looking for the magnifier here. When you see this,
little coof bucks.
Yeah, her teeth really scare me.
And people wanted
to
spend their...
She filed her teeth down. That's okay, but it's not amazing.
Bucks.
She filed her teeth down. She filed her teeth to sharp points in some kind of vampiric goth peak. She peaked. And now she's filed her fangs down so that she can get a job. And I'm not making fun of it or even like trying to shame it. I'm just pointing out that it's there. I understand it, honestly. Yeah, I would say modern society is kind of filing your teeth down a little bit. It's a good analogy for it. You can either file your teeth down and be present for your job or your college, tuition, or you can be that vampire with those sharpened teeth who look like you're going to bite somebody's neck. Is somebody too far into the scene to know what the difference is anymore? She filed her teeth down.
On movies and...
There it is. You can see it right there. I'm sorry. I'd like to pull the magnifier again, but I don't want to shame her or body shame her. I'm just looking at it like evidence in a court case. Like, did you file your teeth down to look a certain way? Like Genghis Khan or Vlad the Slayer. I'm gonna kill him if he takes any more hits. God damn it. I'm just trying to lower their health bars. I like her. She seems extreme. You know, not extreme like her appearance, but her personality seems extreme. Like she's used to norms that other people aren't used to.
Because there was nothing else to do. And just like that, jobs were everywhere, and then my introverted ass didn't have to spend any time in an office pretending like I didn't have weapons-grade Asperger's. And that was really fantastic for me, but that's also the reason why there aren't any jobs now, but we'll talk about that later. Fun fact, I've never worked in person in an office before, and I don't know if this had a negative or a positive impact on my career as a whole, but I just think that if I ever had to spend time working physically in the same geographic location as the people I would eventually end up meeting in the industry, I think I'd have assault charges on my record by now. Doing art as a career for a corporation, for studios, for other people is just so soul-sucking. Trying to turn something that I loved into a commodity is probably the biggest mistake that I've ever made in my life. These studios know that you love what you do, that this is your dream job, and they'll take advantage of that because they know at the end of the day, you'd be doing this shit for free because you love it. Getting paid to do something you already like is a bonus because you'd be doing this anyway. And oh, on top of that, what's this? You get the privilege of working on the IP that you like the most? Whoa! Now you're getting paid in bragging rights, isn't that cool? Now do 6 months of unpaid overtime or you're fired. It's easy to replace you too because there's thousands of other bright-eyed and bushy-tailed fanboys out there that would love to slave away for the big IP for less money and for longer. Dream jobs are a meme that corporations shill to keep you working a 9 to 5, for the most part. I think if I were a really famous and rich YouTuber and I could afford a plastic surgery to make my eyes less huge and creepy, that would be really cool. Like and subscribe. I found out pretty quickly that doing art for a studio is just a glorified office job in which the paycheck you get is incongruent to the amount of work that you're actually doing. No, this is just my opinion, of course. I have friends that still love this shit, but for me, I've never really had a pleasant experience in this field outside of making personal work just for me. I have some stories. I'm not going to tell you which studios these occurred at specifically for legal reasons. Some of these places can be unbelievably petty, and I'm not trying to deal with that shit. What I said earlier about 6 months of unpaid overtime, that wasn't an exaggeration. That was a real thing that happened to me. In that 6 months, there was like a 2-month period where I didn't even have a weekend off, and I was just working 7 days a week just to keep up with this crazy delivery schedule that some psychopath pulled out of their ass. And I was making a lot of money, sure, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't even human anymore. I was just a workhorse. I was just a number on a spreadsheet. I didn't even have time to enjoy all the money I was making, and then eventually I would get laid off, and I'd have to get that money to last me for the next 2 years while the layoffs were occurring and gigs were few and far between.
Yep.
And now it's all gone. I always thought
now it's all gone, and it's gone.
Job, it would be great because I'd have just a bunch of free time in my after hours, but The after hours often never came, and when they did come, I was just too tired to really do much of anything except maybe watch TV. Just a reminder for this little overtime in particular, I was getting paid for my job, but I wasn't getting paid for the overtime. I was just expected to do it, or else I'd get canned. Certainly, I could have quit at any time, but I have this problem as an artist, and I think a lot of other artists have this problem too. I just don't like quitting. I don't like giving up. And we've all made the mistake of thinking, oh wow, super cool, well-known LP. If I stay there, everybody in my life will respect me more. So anytime I got a gig like this, I would stay like a battered 50s housewife, geeked up on barbiturates. So in this industry, contrary to popular belief, you're going to be working with a lot of people who are not artists. And those people are going to be telling you how to do your job. One time I was working at this studio where we more or less did not get to have the final say in any artistic decisions. The investors / publishers did. Usually it's more of a back and forth thing where the artists give the art
No, it
to
isn't.
the investors, and the investors look at it and they're like,
Nope.
Ooh, I don't know. How many monies will I just put in my wallet?
and then the artist can more or less convince the investors that things are fine if they make a few small changes. This was not the case at this studio. One day out of the blue, about 8 months into the production, the publishers came in and decided that they hated the entire style of what we were making, and we were told to start over from the ground up. So every character model I'd made up until that point, bang, zoom to the moon. I remember sitting in a Zoom meeting with one of these people as they were examining my
Killing art
character models, which were totally fine like a week prior to that, by the way. And this bitch said,
Corpos.
Oh, it's not so much the thickness of it so much as it is the curvature.
and I'm like, in my head, what the f does that mean? And they couldn't like give us examples of the style that they wanted, and we had
She's saying it's too
issues
fat.
keeping a concept artist because these people kept coming in and not liking the concept artist. So it was like a revolving door of people who would just get told that their art wasn't what our production was looking for. And it got to the point where we just had people in the studio that could not draw, that were giving concept art to me and telling me to model it. And they were like, oh, what if you did it like this? And I was like, oh, what if I didn't? If I was your mom, I wouldn't even hang this shit up on my fridge. Now you're probably thinking, hey, you're getting paid regardless. Just put the fries in the bag, little bro. Correct. See, this is a me problem that I have in this industry. I just can't phone it in like that. I do not like submitting work that I think is shitty. I do not like making ugly character models. I want to make stuff that looks cool. Having an emotional attachment to the stuff you make is rough and pretty counterproductive to your work, but it's just something that I personally cannot get over. I just can't do the, oh, just make the slop and get paid sort of thing. I can't. When I make art, I always want to do a good job. It's art. That's what it's for. It should look nice. This is the part where it's kind of sort of also not a me problem, because let's say you're working on something for Studio A and it looks like shit because of like the design or time constraints or whatever, and then that gig ends and then you're applying for work at Studio B, and then Studio B is like, hey, what did you do at Studio A? And then you have to show them, and it's horse turd from the Pinocchio movie again. God damn it. I'm not an entitled little baby. I'll make the ugly asset at the end of the day. My entire portfolio at this point is full of ugly little assets. But as I'm doing this, I take 1d4 psychic damage every single time. And eventually, when there's no more HP left, I'm burnt out. And that's more or less how my last job ended. I wasn't even fired from that one. It was a miracle I got that job at all, because it was 2024 and all of the layoffs were in full swing. And getting work was extremely competitive at this point. It was an extremely lucky coincidence because I happened to have two friends from two different friend groups at the same studio that happened to both think of me for that role. Again, reiterating the importance of making friends, but the concept for what we were making was really stupid, and I was pulling all of this unpaid overtime again because I have this displacement map error that I've never encountered before, and apparently neither had anybody else at that office. And this just made the ugly character that I was modeling even uglier because I couldn't fix it. And I was given like AI bullshit again to use for reference for some already pretty bad concept art. And I just thought, why are we even here? What the hell am I doing with my life? I entered this career path because I thought I wanted my 9-to-5 job to be something I actually liked doing, but I hated this. And I probably have a more fulfilling and fun experience counting the spokes on my own asshole. I wasn't making the stuff that inspired me. This wasn't Wall-E, it wasn't Coraline. They don't even make stuff like that anymore because Hollywood prefers to play it safe and make slop. And also, there were no other jobs anyway, so I just quit. Why specifically are there no other jobs? There are a lot of things that contributed to the degradation of the animation, games, and VFX industry. Everyone likes to point their finger at DEI, which, while I agree is a stupid policy to implement for both hiring and storytelling.
So, I'm non-binary.
I'd argue that DEI probably had the least to do with all of this. I just really like controversy, and it's the most digestible thing to argue about online for your average aggravated layman. But what's significantly less interesting to talk about and more difficult to get a grasp on, and what's probably the largest contributing factor for why things have gotten this bad, are larger economic problems and predatory corporate practices. Hey, remember earlier when I said I couldn't do long division? I still can't do long division. God didn't give me the cool math autism, he gave me the one where I have a bunch of Undertale shit in my house. Since I'm a big kid now, I'm going to do my best to try and teach you how the economy works and why everybody got laid off because of it. So, like, first you have interest rates, which apparently are, like, fixed nationally or internationally by the government, I guess. Or, like, maybe everyone gets together and agrees that the interest rate should be, like, a specific number. Or maybe the president does it. Bill Clinton said the interest rates are basically zero, so you have to do what he says. For a long time, interest rates made it so companies could very easily borrow a bunch of money to invest in whatever project they wanted. And so tech companies did exactly that, running things at a loss with no consequences, therefore setting the grounds for a bubble. And what do bubbles do? They pop. And then someone somewhere sneezed on a bat or like twerked on a petri dish. I don't fucking know. And then the coof was born. Like I said earlier, everybody got stuck at home with a fat check full of coof bucks. And the game industry found this golden opportunity to convert even the normiest of normies into hardcore gamers. Even my mom bought a Nintendo DS, not a DS, a Switch. Even my mom bought a Switch at some point and started playing Animal Crossing. So game companies start to maximum overhire, as do animation and VFX studios, because this low interest rate, high fever shit affects them too. We've entered this attention retention economy where everybody's trying their hardest to get you to perpetually goon on their app, or play their video game, or watch their movie. Unfortunately, everybody being stuck at home, plus supply chain issues, and then eventually everyone having to go back to work, created some pretty nasty inflation problems. This made Bill Clinton very angry, so he descended from Mount Olympus,
Bill
where the
Clinton
White
very
House is
angry.
located, and he punished the people of Earth with high interest rates in retaliation. This means companies can no longer just borrow money arbitrarily. There's real consequences to all of these loans that they have to pay back eventually with the hefty price of added interest. And companies have all of this labor that they have to pay for, but not all the free money with which to do so. So now they do what they must because they can. They cull the herd. Companies have this weird fixation with appearing as profitable as possible to investors. So when money is no longer free, the only way they can keep the silly little line on the silly little graph going ever upwards to appease the big scary shareholder wearing the big scary suit but secretly a very poopy diaper is to get rid of people. Getting rid of people makes you look fun and sexy to investors because they don't see it as destroying people's livelihoods. They see it as cleaning house and making things look more efficient, so that funny little number on funny little graph goes up. And if it don't, then I'm gonna get all poopy in my diaper. And CEOs aren't just gonna take pay cuts like they do in Japan to avoid laying people off. That just makes you look weak. Then you can't afford as many yachts. Caring about people? In this economy? What are you, stupid? I'm trying to get my dick sucked on a boat. Financially, a lot of these companies are actually doing great, reporting record profits even. They just want to look good for shareholders, so they cut jobs. They're chasing a forever waxing and waning hype cycle, the goal of which is to come out on top with more money than you had previously. And that means removing all of the people that make the art for your product to actually be consumable. These companies do not care about you. They don't care about your art. They don't care about that time you stayed up till 5 a.m. trying to finish a character model. They just don't care. And that's why I can't be bothered to participate in this shit anymore. So what happens now? Where is the industry at large going?
4 up, 4 down, wish me luck. That's fortuitous. Those guys are having a fight. I'll take that fish maybe, because it's probably better than probably these medkits now at this point. Oh yeah, bitch! Woo yeah! Quite good. Quite good to get my daily Fortnite win. Quite good, quite good. I will log here.
What am I gonna do with my life since I'm the main character of this video? Eventually these companies are gonna have to hire artists back. I just don't know when that's going to be, but they can't make a product involving art without an artist, because you can't just generate art out of thin air. Wait. I was actually gonna go on to talk about reasons to hope for a better future, because these companies would eventually remember that, you know, they need to hire people to make this stuff for them. They need to hire artists. And then I remembered that generative AI exists, specifically in reference to a article published by the Animation Guild back in 2023 in reference to AI usage in the industry. So that was already 2 years ago. I'll put a link to that in the description, I guess. Here's some fun little stats for you. 72% of firms surveyed could be considered early adopters of AI. 75% of respondents said Gen AI tools, software, and/or models had supported the elimination, reduction, or consolidation of jobs in their business division. 36 respondents who had or were developing generative AI tools reported that generative AI reduced the need for certain skills, tasks, and responsibilities among staff. Here's my favorite stat among all of these: 47%. And this was in 2023, mind you. So almost half of the responders to this 2 years ago, almost half of business leads said that within the next 3 years, generative AI will be effective at generating 3D assets. I can't help but feel that even if the industry bounces back, I'm going to wind up as a glorified topology janitor. And that's if I'm lucky. Eventually they're going to figure out the topology bits too. Look, I'm not saying abandon all hope. I'm not saying don't pursue 3D modeling or game development or animation. When I was making that Christian 3D sculpting video, I know I kept saying how much I had grown to hate 3D modeling, but as I was sculpting that stupid thing, I just kind of remembered how much I enjoyed it. I think regardless of what happens to the industry, there's always going to be a market for people who want to consume things made by human hands. People want to consume art made by humans because art is unique to the human condition, and whatever a robot spits out is just a soulless copy and completely unrelatable. At least for people like you and me. If a movie comes out that's completely AI generated, I'm not going to watch it. Same with a video game. I'm not going to play that. It's entirely possible that these companies will remember their humble beginnings and maybe reconsider the heavy implementation of AI tools to replace human artists. It's not a high hope, but it's a hope. If not, bullying seems to be an effective course of reciprocation. Like there was that one cinematic that Riot did that was entirely AI generated, and people cyberbullied the shit out of him on Twitter so hard that they took it down out of embarrassment. Normalize cyberbullying companies. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what I'm going to do about it, so I certainly don't know what to tell you to do about it. I'm just here to give you my perspective and to save you from this industry weaving this potential.
Damn, am I in? No, I'm not in, no. Why is there a ship right there? Does it do things? This 10-minute load.
potentially unattainable, if not very distressing pipe dream for you. There, of course, is always going indie. All of my favorite games are indie games. My mentor from school and her partner made this really kick-ass indie short film, and now they've got the attention of investors, so much so that they're now going in full ass and creating an entire series by themselves. I'm personally in the process of teaching myself Game Maker. I'm trying to make a silly little shoot-'em-up game, and I'm trying to just make something from start to finish so I can publish it for, like, I don't know, for free or maybe for $1, just to say that I made something from start to finish, even if it's not groundbreaking. I'm willing to bet that if just a handful of the talented artists that are probably going to watch this video got together and decided to make something, it could really take off and turn into something real. No, really, hit me up if that's something that interests you. I've got some ideas, some rudimentary coding skills, and some decent experience with 2D animation, and obviously the whole 3D modeling thing. Hit me up. We could probably make something. If you want to do art professionally, I'm not going to stop you. Just be aware of the unprecedented changes that are reshaping the market and have a backup plan. I didn't have a backup plan, and now I'm back in my childhood bedroom e-begging and making long-form shitpost content. I legitimately do not have a direction in life right now. I'm kind of just throwing spaghetti at the wall until something sticks, so hopefully I don't have to work at a call center for the rest of my life. Hence the YouTube channel. Would be pretty cool if that worked out. Would be pretty cool if just one thing in my life worked out for once. I could continue making artist-centric stuff like this, or branch out into other things. I like complaining. I could make some complaining video essays where I talk about larger societal issues. Microplastics in my balls? How America's central banks are depositing microplastics into your balls right now. I don't know, just a thought. I just want to make things and entertain people. That's why I got into the animation business. So I don't know, let me know in the comments if there's something that you want me to talk about in a video, I guess. I was also just thinking about becoming a bartender, maybe. At least when you screw up making somebody's martini, you don't have to debug the olive.exe software for hours into the night. You just make them another one. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it if you made it to the end. Not that I'm monetized or anything. I just really like it when people listen to me bitch. But like and subscribe so maybe I can get monetized. I love you. Bye-bye. Say it back.
It was good. I liked it. Real YouTube.
Hello, guys and gals.
Thank you, Kamikaze Short Bus. Thank you, some more new gamers. I've liked and subbed your channel.
Comebacks in a video game history. Now, I'm sure by the thumbnail of this video, I'm sure you probably figured out what I'm talking about. No Man's Sky. Apparently, the number you're seeing here is probably the highest player count this game has had since the actual launch of the game. Now, normally, you know, a video game kind of starts off strong and just tapers off. But No Man's Sky is a little bit different. Now, to give you some context, I love space games. I'm a space slop enjoyer. You know, if you give me a game about flying to space, that's pretty much all I need, okay? I'm already half pitching a tent just thinking about it. I played every single space game that's pretty much come out. Elite Dangerous, Star Citizen.
Kanga.
I even played with some EVE Online, then I got really into using Microsoft Excel for a while. And then, of course, No Man's Sky. Now, No Man's Sky, I think we all know, has had a pretty troubled launch, okay? We all know the story 9 years ago when this game dropped. Almost 10 years. We're getting old. No Man's Sky had probably one of the coolest release trailers. Like, this is one from E3 2014. I remember watching this with Amaru and Kyle, and I was pitching a 10. I was excited. I was ready to experience a space slop game. I mean, it had a whole world you walked around, which wasn't that big of a deal. But of course, towards the later half, you start seeing dinosaurs and shit. And then you actually board a ship, fly out into the atmosphere, and then of course, you are actually going from planet to planet. I remember at the time, just the ability to kind of do that in a video game blew me away. You know, I grew up playing games like Freelancer and shit, where like, you know, you never really like transition from space to ground. That felt huge, you know? Usually an open world is like you're gonna be given a loading screen, Skyrim style, and then, you know, you get to the next zone. No. In this game, you never are in a loading screen. You literally go from a planet and go all the way to another planet. And I remember when this game came out, I went out, I found it a little bit early, I bought into the hype like many people. And I'm going to say it, even when this game came out, you know, for a while I was excited. You know, I played it, made like a 40-minute video on my channel all the way back then. And it immediately dawned on me that a lot of the stuff that was kind of built in this game wasn't really there. Now, of course, a lot of people can say that Sean Murray lied, he misrepresented the game. You know, I will say that obviously I think there was a lot of embellishment that happened at Hello Games. And, you know, people rightfully roasted the No Man's Sky team for it, because it was like, hey, you're going to tell us this game has X, Y, and Z feature, but we find out it maybe only has a little bit of the X feature, and Y and Z are nowhere to be found. I remember for a while, like, one of the big things that people kind of ragged on this was apparently, at the time, multiplayer was kind of talked about, but then players actually met in the real world and found out that, no, actually, the multiplayer doesn't exist. Which was its own controversy, one that I remember pretty specifically. But you know what? There's two choices that any game developer can do, okay? They can either not fucking work on the game and completely ignore it, and then the whole game dies right there, or you can always patch the game up and make a comeback. And you kind of seen it with like games like Cyberpunk 2077, where like launched absolute dog shit game on release. I think we all can agree it was definitely not perfect, especially if you were, God forbid,
and
playing
it's still not good
console.
now.
But as time went on, they not only updated the game to add more features,
no, they didn't.
But they made an entirely amazing expansion pack, and then of course they even patched it beyond that. Now it's one of the best open world sort of like RPG experiences that I would highly recommend to anybody.
No, it isn't.
Not every game is capable of doing such a comeback. No Man's Sky, on the other hand, has been doing just that. Now, when this game dropped on Word version 1.0...
Why did you mention Cyberpunk next to No Man's Sky? It's because it's a lie,
I'll tell you
isn't
right
it?
now, I couldn't do it for more than an hour, just because the game was actually not that great, okay? It's a very bare-bones experience, especially if you played recent No Man's Sky. In fact, it's so radically different in ways that even just the core, how should you say it, the periodic table, just the elements and resources and the way the game worked was so substantially different compared to the like current game. In the current game, it probably takes you about like an hour to 2 hours to even get off the original planet that you're on, just because you're doing a bunch of other things. You're building bases now. You're goddamn doing like actual exploration. But in the original game, it's actually pretty straightforward. You grab maybe like 3 or 4 different types of resources in the beginning. You launch off. In fact, most of the stuff is super duper easy to repair. I think the only really cool part about this is obviously this is only like a 3 gigabyte game at this point, of course. And to me, it's still just cool that you can at least render this infinite galaxy. I mean, it procedurally generates as you go, locally on your actual system. And again, compared to like other space games, a lot of these, you know, exploration-focused games, you know, aside from like Starfield, are very much relegated to, again, being live services connected online. And that's the one thing that I've really appreciated from like No Man's Sky into it. But again, this is not a very deep and engaging game in the 1.0 phase. In fact, the objectives very much are just haphazardly put together. You really are just going to new planets, and you're going to sort of the same buildings over and over again. And, you know, as far as the space races are considered, the space stations, most of these areas are very, very bare bones, obviously because this is the 1.0 version of the game. So, you know, if you were somebody playing No Man's Sky as it released, you might look at this and just go, yeah, this game isn't exciting, okay? A lot of the features that were advertised don't really seem there, and here is where it just feels kind of like a proof of concept for its infinite sandbox space exploration. these are procedurally generated titles, so basically the luster of the fun kind of dies, and especially for the original like 1.0 version of No Man's Sky after like 3 hours. It is basically like if this game was made by like a AAA studio today, I could imagine all the insane AI integrations that they would put into the title. This was AI Sloppenstein before AI Sloppenstein became a thing. So that's pretty much where the original kind of resided. Now obviously, if you look at the update list for No Man's Sky, 1.0, then it got Foundation, Pathfinder, Atlas Rises, X, Abyss, Visions, Beyond, Synthesis. Every single year, there's been a huge expansion release for this game that always has me coming back. And the thing about the expansions over here is, normally I think any game company could probably charge you like maybe 20 bucks, 15 bucks, or like charge you a battle pass each year for access to this content. But for some reason, and good reason, they've been doing this shit for free the entire time. Now these guys have another game coming out called Light No Fire, so I imagine that a lot of the updates that are presented here are all stuff that they're doing in preparation to launch their next game that they definitely don't want to have a fuck up on. And I'm not joking when I say like take the space, it's the same point. Again, when you really look into it, it goes beyond just having ships. They also integrate like deep space exploration, and again, like actual habitats that you can bring your friends with inside. So again, these big ships are more than just big ships, they're actually like gameplay changes. And I think that's a pretty important deal about it. You can scroll down just to patch notes over here. I mean, we were talking about multiplayer a little bit earlier, but the multiplayer is alive and well, and it's probably the best it's been for years now. New missions, new everything, and again, the reason why it's so tough to make a video on this as well is because if you just look at the updates for this, right, the amount of patches that have been released, you could be working on something for like a month, and then of course within like, you know, as soon as you're finished the video, they'll announce like another massive update, like Worlds with a that I was absolutely involved in, and like just completely thrown, you know, I put everything aside just to play this stuff, and I was blown away that again, it was all added entirely for free. So the reason why people are like signing up to play this game again is because Hello Games launched another massive expansion called Voyagers, which has added a new entire feature. It's extended the space stations, and it's finally allowed people to have like Corvette class ships. So stuff that you're seeing like this, usually ships were like one-person affairs. Now apparently the entire community has been building the fucking Normandy, the Pillar of Autumn, like crazy ass designs, and something that you would be seeing in other games as a paid expansion, once again, makes it here entirely for free. When they added base building to the game, players were making bases which had like complexity sizes like this. This is Bastion, for instance, where again, this is a suspended like city that you can go to, where again, somebody put this base together that you, the player, can go to right now and explore in your entire journey. And again, this is where the community really comes in clutch for this game. I have never seen a more friendly gaming community than No Man's Sky.
Oh,
4
bullshit.
months ago, one post came from a Reddit
Final
account
Fantasy
called
11,
Spirited
bitch.
Ad 3028. And this guy posted a planet that he was about to die in. This was a permadeath save, where he landed on the wrong planet. He's on a very tiny pillar, surrounded by U-boats. He's got a launch fuel. They've got no resources. They will survive a few seconds out of that ship. Now, what did the community do after this Reddit post went viral? Even Sean Murray, the guy was like, I'm about to pour out a beer. But there's no reason to pour out a beer because the community came together and saved the guy. The community told this guy, hey, listen, all you gotta do is go to your menu, all right? You gotta dismantle the standard tool that you have, and you'll gather just enough resources to launch yourself off this planet. And this man, you can see, was actually saved from this hellish lightning nightmare planet. I mean, that is about the best a community can get, you know, especially normally with like video games, there's always toxicity these days. But when it comes to the No Man's Sky community, they will always come together to save their fellow man. Now, obviously, so much has changed into the game, so when I was recently playing it, obviously, one of the big things about No Man's Sky is now it has a full campaign, and it's had a campaign since, I believe, No Man's Sky Next or even Beyond, where at least for the first, like, you know, few hours, you're guided on a path, which takes you all the way to the end, where you can then reset into a brand new galaxy of your choosing in the game. And apparently the amount of, like, you know, vastness in space is represented pretty well in No Man's Sky. not only are there millions upon millions of planets in each galaxy, but there are, from my understanding, around 255 galaxies to go to. So if you think you want to explore everything possible, I don't even think it's humanely possible within one person's lifespan. But again, the internet will always surprise me when it comes to the level some gamers will take their fucking passion. But the thing about this game is, if you're somebody that has, like, I would say, like, some level of attention deficit disorder, this probably is the scariest game to play, because after, like, 4 hours in the current, like, build, you'll probably get access to, like, a whole bunch of extra side quests that take you on different paths. So some of them will cover things like outlaw stuff, some of them will take you on guided story paths that are, like, part of previous DLCs. And there's things like settlement building, there's fucking constant stuff like building your exosuits, underwater aquatic bases. Just the base building in this game alone will sap away your time. There's one thing that I've always kind of said about No Man's Sky is that it really did have the best capacity to do a comeback, just because the original game was so procedurally generated, in that realistically it was just a building block for a much larger game. The original No Man's Sky didn't really launch with like a crazy story, just basically a very bare bones mystery for you to chase behind in the original build. But now it's got, like, again, a full campaign. It's got obviously, like, you know, base building. It's got like cross multiplayer. It's got community expeditions. Expeditions being one of the things that is my only contention point, but I'll get to that later. The actual game itself has so much exploration that I have put in probably hundreds of hours across numerous devices, PlayStation, PC. Playing this game on the Steam Deck alone is probably like 90% of my PC playtime, just because it runs so fucking well. Now, the other thing that I have to kind of really endorse about Voyagers and all this stuff too is, like, this is content that they probably could have charged you for, but they do put it in completely for free. And it's not just they gave you an extra ship to play around with, it really is just like an extra actual gameplay loop to chase after.
And when I mean gameplay loop, I mean these ships you're actually like building, like, you know, features inside them, so refineries, like so on and so forth, crew berths. There's missions attached to this that net you rewards and everything too. And it genuinely do feel like big ships to fly, right? Before you were just flying like one ship, now you have a whole new feature set to go after. And I feel like, honestly, looking at other space games, it's like it just never stops with this one game. It just keeps going on and on and on. And I don't think it's going to stop until, like, somehow this guy finds a way to put in like an entire populated city inside a game. It's going to be insane. It's wild to see just the growth and development of this game, because ultimately it takes the premise of this one like sandbox procedurally generated title and just keeps adding extra building blocks. Again, these expansions, each of them come with their own varied path of gameplay, and that's why you're able to put in hundreds of hours, because, again, if you're, depending on what type of player you are, if you're somebody that just wants to go hunt stuff, you know, fight enemies, you can do that. If you just want to make money, you can do that. If you want to explore for, like, rare goods, you can just do that. But you'll probably do a mixture of everything.
But it's not one of those things where you're like chasing after one loop or one grind. It really is a game that just throws you in multiple directions, and you're just really exploring for the most part. It really taps in to that space exploration shit, that like old school Elite games, Freelancer. Like, I used to play Freelancer Discovery mod a fair bit back in the day, and like this is this thing that like taps into me, okay? Because it really is just a world that it gives you. It gives you a million avenues to go and explore, and it always feels like for every loop that you jump into, like every hour that you play, you feel like you're meaningfully doing something in the game. Whether you're upgrading your ship, whether you're exploring a new planet. Some planets can be absolutely fucking beautiful to look at. And then, of course, there's also like these little small guided story paths where you're doing things like piracy, merchant work, exploration, obviously, learning about like the various cultures and like languages in the game too. There's like a fuck ton of things that No Man's Sky has finally provided, and I'm pretty sure until their next game comes out, and even beyond that, I don't think they'll still, I think they'll still be constantly updating this title. It's just one of those games where it's so difficult to cover, because it feels like for the last 10 years, I've never seen one company just consistently throw out free expansions like this. Now, the only two things that kind of get with me about this game is the lack of multiple biomes. Obviously, each planet really just has one specific biome, which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but I think it's actually just a technical limitation of the engine that they probably have not been able to solve, because their next game is supposed to be the same concept like No Man's Sky, except on a actual life-size version of Earth. And I imagine that game.
I think this game's better than No Man's Sky.
That they can't sort out down the road.
It's
The
sad
other
but
thing that
true.
I really, really do not like about this game in some ways are the expeditions. Now, if you don't know what an expedition is, basically the game has these limited time events where you're doing like, you know, these almost like mini campaigns, but because it's limited time, like you kind of have to get them done within like, I think a few weeks, maybe a month.
You know, it almost reminds me of another feature in a different game that's also a favorite of mine, which is Hitman, where they have these elusive markets. And the problem with this is that, you know, it's not that I don't care so much about, you know, the quality of the content. I just don't like the part where you can take away the content at any time, or it's limited to only a certain part. It almost like invokes a feeling of FOMO, like you have to play the game at a certain point. Thankfully, in No Man's Sky's case, you really are just expected to put in, I think, no more than like maybe 12 hours of time to finish certain expeditions. So you can do them. It's just I hate this concept in general, and I wish it just wasn't a part of gaming.
But for those people watching, one of the cool things that they have is this GitHub project, which, or actually it's by CW Monkey here, NMS Expeditions, where you can actually experience like all these like, you know, actual expeditions. You can just highlight one, download them, follow the instructions, and just experience old content without having it be taken away from you after a period of time. And from what I understand, you can get the rewards out of this and just move on. And I highly recommend, if you've played enough No Man's Sky, go through every single one of these just so you can see the journey of this game's development and like patching. It's insane to see how much has been added over time. And obviously, look, comparing this to like other games like Star Citizen, which has $861 million, I don't even think Hello Games has seen anywhere close to that money. But the thing is, I feel like they've made probably the most accessible and perfect space exploration
Bullshit.
game. Compared
That's
to like
Starfield.
Star Citizen or even like Elite Dangerous is not really all that good to do, just because those games are more simulation oriented. But in terms of raw features, it's kind of crazy to me to see like how much of an open world that exists and also runs without the connection to the internet even being needed. The fact that I can play this game anywhere I go on my Steam Deck without an online connection is just mind-blowing to me, because again, I know it's mostly procedurally generated. Like a lot of it is mostly done on my actual system on the fly. But I'm glad that this is like an offline friendly game, so that at least versions of it are preserved. However, this game just updates so much that even if you buy like updated copies of the game, these copies get outdated before they even get released, just because they patched the game.
I like the
like
combat
absolute
now.
Madmen. It's insane. No Man's Sky is probably one of the best comebacks in video game history. And honestly, like, if you were ever wanting to like spend $40, I think the game is like $40 now, but I actually checked the store page price. The game is actually on sale, $31 right now. If you can pick it up on GOG, probably better. But yeah, the game is absolutely goddamn perfect. And, well, not perfect. No game is ever perfect. But if there was ever a space exploration game to recommend to somebody, especially one that, you know, didn't require you to connect to some live service, and one that also wasn't even completely released, this would be the one. It's crazy to think that in the fucking near 10 years that No Man's Sky has been out, it was hyped, released, panned, updated, and beloved, and games like Star Citizen still haven't even fucking come close to completion. It's insane to see. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and hopefully you like what you saw. Hi.
Comedy podcasts used to be a place to laugh, hear silly stories, and
I don't think they let you live inside the ship the way that Starfield does. I don't think it's got as good combat. I don't think it's got as good a world. I don't think its building is as good. And it's weird. I'm like a Bethesda person, I guess. I should go try No Man's Sky again. It's been several years for me. I could do a hardcore run and try and take it fucking serious, you know? I could just embrace the sandbox. I'm kind of ready to never do theme parks ever again. My area loot is not working at all. I've heard them try to redo like No Man's Sky's popularity so many times, and then it just drops down to 24K again. I don't know, man. I'll go try it again, but I like what I look for in a game is combat, and I wouldn't say that's that game's strong point. Combat, looting. Money. Oh, a Magus, yeah? I didn't win it. I did win this 72 million on a red crate, though. Which is like a day's income. That's like a day's income for a working player. And I sit here and I just collect it. It's so dumb. It's nice to be rich for once in one place. Wait, no, yeah, I do. I go to Alpha Centauri first. I'm gonna turn the music back on now. Oh, do I have contraband? Computer. Was it because I was overlogged? Yes, it is. Did you freeze? No. You might have froze now. I don't think I turned in. Oops. Oh no, I appear glitched. Oh no. I'll have to try right before Calom, I think. Oh, I think I glitched. Something glitched and I didn't pick up on it. And I lost like an hour. But that's alright. I still don't want to lose my save. You know? What the hell is that sound? Oh, yeah. Oh, really? I dropped my curiosity catcher. Damn it. Good thing I dropped the camp down. Yeah. Well, let's go back and see. See if my things work. It will just skip this one. This one seemed to have glitched me or something. I could just go kill him and leave, I suppose. But looting this one glitched me for some reason. Yeah, it's working again, so let's just leave this one. Apparently, well, I'm gonna go kill him and just get the credit, but only him, and I'm just gonna leave. But this was, yeah, this was wasteful. I didn't find a magazine anyways. And that's okay, I'm okay with losing a dungeon rather than glitching the game like I did. I don't know what I did, but I glitched the game. And I need to be careful about that. So we're gonna make a good save here where I'm not glitched and I know I'm safe. Let's go look at a deeper dive into No Man's Sky's combat.
What is going on, travelers? Today I'm going to teach you about combat. When we touch down, there's going to be a thing I'm going to want you to do way before you do anything else. I'm going to need you to go to your options menu. I need you to go into network, and I'm going to need you to do this. Set allow PvP with no one. Make sure this is not set to anyone. If this is set to anyone, what that means is anyone has free game to take you out. And if you're just beginning, you're gonna lose a bunch of stuff. And if you're further away from where you're supposed to be at, it's gonna take a long time for you to get there. So make sure you change this from anyone to no one. Now that that's out of the way, let's hop out of the ship and explain to you your specific settings. So if you go to your quick menu, you're gonna find out already that you have a specific multi-tool. Now, if you have more than one, you have one specifically for damage, and this is what it's going to look like when you have it fully decked out. Now, you don't have settings, but what you're going to want to do is you're going to shoot for specific ones that have, you're going to upgrade it so it has the combat scope, along with weapons that do damage, like paralysis mortar, a P-field compressor, along with a, a pulse spitter. The pulse spitter is the one that's going to do the damage for me in this round, and the things that you are going to shoot are things like horrors, which are these little alien-like things that come out of the ground once you're at an abandoned site, and we have sentinels. The ones in red, not the ones in blue, that's our friend. Yeah, these things right here, they will shoot at you if you're on a very aggressive planet. On your HUD, you're going to see over on the upper right, also, neutron cannon is there. We don't want neutron cannon. We don't want neutron cannon. We don't want mine using. What we want is pulse spitter. Yes, you are going to need ammo. I'm going to show you where that is. You're going to go back to your exosuit in this very, very unorganized cargo bay. You're going to go at cargo bay, cargo area. You're going to see projectile ammunition. Once you have this or enough of it, let's go ahead and make some more. You can do that by craft more by pressing E. Sweet, now we have 9,999 of it. There is a storm coming, so this might look a little bit matched up, but what we're going to do is going to go ahead and start shooting these guys until they explode. And now we have a little bit of a prize, a salvage glass. We can go ahead and use that and extract it later for either an upgrade or maybe for something else we can sell later on down the line. At the beginning, what we're going to want to do is going to shoot for specific ones that have, or not have, you're going to want to upgrade, excuse me. You're going to upgrade it so that it has a combat scope, along with weapons that do damage, like a paralysis mortar, a P-filled compressor, along with a, a pulse spitter. The pulse spitter is the one that's going to do the damage for me in this round, and the things that you are going to shoot are things like horrors, which are these little alien-like things that come out of the ground once you're at an abandoned site, and we have sentinels. The ones in red, not the one in blue, that's our friend. Yeah, these things right here, they will shoot at you if you're on a very aggressive planet. On your HUD, you're going to see over on the upper right, you're going to see paralysis mortar is already set. And also neutron cannon is there. We don't want neutron cannon, and we don't want mining beam. What we want is pulse spitter. Yes, you are going to need ammo. I'm going to show you where that is. You're going to go back to your exosuit in this very, very unorganized cargo bay. You're going to go at cargo bay, cargo area. You're going to see projectile ammunition. Once you have this or enough of it, let's go ahead and make some more. You can do that by craft more by pressing E. Sweet, now we have 9,999 of it. There is a storm coming, so this might look a little bit matched up, but what we're going to do is going to go ahead and start shooting these guys until they explode. And now we have a little bit of a prize, a salvage glass. We can go ahead and use that and extract it later for either an upgrade or maybe for something else we can sell later on down the line.
See, bad game. Bad game. Great Sandbox, bad game.
And forget about the news for a while.
It's
but
sad.
Now many of them sound more like political
sad,
talk shows
so sad.
with jokes sprinkled in. And during the 2024 campaign trail, they benefited from this immensely. We saw countless comedians interviewing politicians, asking them about policy, personal beliefs, and what they do for the future of the American people. Their views skyrocketed, reaching levels of success they had never seen before. But politics is a tricky game. It's easy to cash in and quickly boost their numbers, but then they get pressured to criticize these same politicians they platformed when they aren't delivering on what they promised.
They'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Now it seems like some comedians are backed into a corner and the fans don't know how to feel. Today we're going to talk about the problem with podcast politics, how it has negatively impacted comedy, as well as some of the worst offenders. But to understand how it got so bad, we must talk about the guy who arguably started this trend in the first place, Joe Rogan. The word comedian is not the first thing that comes to mind when describing Joe Rogan, but he is a veteran in stand-up who has been performing for nearly 2 decades.
Joe Rogan.
But it wasn't his jokes that earned him the worldwide influence he has today, it was his podcast. The Joe Rogan Experience originally featured an interesting and dynamic mix of guests: scientists, historians, UFC fighters, philosophers, comedians, authors, actors. It was seemingly boundaryless. Joe was naturally curious, and he let the conversations flow for hours without any structure or forced topics. One episode could be 3 hours of absurd stories and inside jokes. The next could be a deep dive into the mysteries of space or the limits of human performance. And yeah, sometimes politics got brought up. Rogan identified himself as a left-leaning centrist in the 2010s.
Yeah, I think
Left-leaning
socially I
centrist.
lean more left in terms of like welfare and things along those lines, and obviously this protected status is driving me crazy. This thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in this country or born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me.
Yeah,
that kind of shit. And the hard right version of that is despicable. These people that I see online, why didn't they apply for citizenship? Oh, who knows? Maybe because they're 13.
He even once said he would never have a politician on his show because he understood they'd never be as authentic as his buddies.
I've had requests from all of them.
Really?
Oh yeah, Biden, Warren.
How do you resist that?
Because I have my friends. I'd rather talk to my friends.
Yeah, I know.
But everything changed during the 2020 pandemic. As the entire world was asking deep and complicated questions about this worldwide issue, Rogan's podcast was a daily listen for millions of people trying to make sense of the chaos. From there, his go-to topics started shifting, less about DMT trips or primates, and more about lockdowns, mandates, vaccines, and government overreach. He more frequently hosted doctors, scientists, and journalists whose takes often clashed with the mainstream narrative. By episode 1520 of JRE, Joe was completely on board with leaving Los Angeles and moving to Austin, Texas, believing that LA was a powder keg ready to explode and everyone should escape while they still can.
When are you moving to Texas?
At the end of the month.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm out of here. This place
That's
is gonna
crazy.
blow
So as soon
up.
as-
This place is gonna sink. Watch, as soon as I leave.
And this move was a major transitional moment. Texas had much looser
I
COVID
can't believe
restrictions
that,
and
you
general
idiot.
distrust of
Los
big
Angeles
government.
made
This
you.
consciously or subconsciously put Rogan in an environment where his skepticism was the norm rather than conspiracy. And whether or not he truly adopted right-wing philosophies, leaving Hollywood's liberal entertainment industry for the heart of red state America symbolized a step towards a conservative identity. Now, Joe did remain a pretty neutral guy. He would constantly recognize alternative arguments to any issue, but he did take a firm stance against the mainstream narrative about the pandemic.
There's a disease that kills some folks. And there's a disease that, in the beginning stages of this pandemic, thought was going to be far more severe than it turned out to be. And they never adjusted. That's the problem. It's still not good. You know, you don't want to catch COVID. But the vast majority of people who get it will be fine.
This made him a hero to skeptics who felt silenced, and a villain to those who saw him as spreading dangerous misinformation. To Joe's surprise, these news outlets like CNN and MSNBC fought back. They often zeroed in on him, criticizing his opinions and his guests. And even though he did not want this, Rogan was perceived to be a political voice of the conservative voter, and a circle of comedian friends got looped into it. During this same post-pandemic stretch, Rogan's influence in the comedy scene was reaching new heights. His podcast had become a more powerful promotional platform than Saturday Night Live, where comedians would double the size of their fan base after they became a part of his sphere of friends. This has now been dubbed the Rogan Sphere, and most people associate comedians Brendan Schaub, Ari Shaffir, Bert Kreischer, Tony Hinchcliffe, Andrew Schultz, Tim Dillon, Theo Vaughn, Tom Segura, Shane Gillis, and a few others with him. That influence became even more tangible when Rogan opened his own comedy venue, the Comedy Mothership, in Austin, Texas. The club quickly became competitive with iconic coastal clubs like the Comedy Cellar and the Comedy Store, with the funniest comedians in the industry popping up at the Mothership whenever they were in town. Rogan's move to Texas during the pandemic also inspired his buddies Tom Segura, Tony Hinchcliffe, Shane Gillis, as well as countless other aspiring comics to the city. For some, it was about escaping the higher costs, restrictions, and maybe political policies of Los Angeles and New York City. For others, it was about planting themselves closer to the erupting comedy scene spearheaded by Rogan. Comedian Mark Maron seems to think Austin, Texas is now just a breeding ground for hacky political comedians.
I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. It's like whatever they represented in terms of policy. It's not a stretch. It's like they won. Trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore. And they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom left. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? And like immigrants, okay, well, they're being ripped away from their homes and they're all terrified. And okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the joke? Right. I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but I mean, they're down. Yeah. I mean, like, they're down. Why do you got to keep hitting them? Unless you're a hack. Now, there's a question.
Joe Rogan became the blueprint for a new wave of comedians, proving you could skip Hollywood's gatekeepers, build a massive audience through podcasting, and get filthy rich. Plus, his willingness to openly question mainstream narratives showed comics that having strong political opinions could be just as powerful growth as telling jokes. Now, many in his orbit are blending comedy with cultural commentary, but not in short, punchy moments on stage, and rather long, drawn out weekly conversations. And we saw just how much political influence these podcasts had during the 2024 presidential campaign, where we saw the likes of Tucker Carlson, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, and even Donald Trump sitting down and having conversations with these comedy podcasters. Now, these comedians weren't really challenging these politicians on their policies, but rather giving them an open platform to pitch themselves to the millions of Americans. And oftentimes the host would agree with their vision for America.
We should just say that illegal aliens are not counted for purposes of congressional representation.
Yeah. I mean,
Democrats would call that racist, but it's just common sense policy.
Well, especially if it's been shown that you're manipulating it by moving more people to these places, and even if they're not legal citizens and they can't vote, it still counts as congressional seats.
Correct.
That's kind of crazy.
Which is fine, but this is where that interesting nuance comes into play. These comedy podcasters talk and speak like the common man. They develop trust with the common man through their platform. You'll often see in their comment sections people claiming that this is so much better, more transparent, and honest than the mainstream media. But these comedians are multi-millionaires who are arguably much closer to the politician than the common man. So hosting primarily right-wing politicians starts to look like an endorsement rather than a neutral discussion. Then again, Rogan, Andrew Schultz, and Theo Vaughn all admitted that they attempted to have Kamala Harris on their shows, but apparently her team denied and or made special requests like not allowing certain questions to be asked. Rogan specifically expressed multiple times that he wanted her on his podcast, but he wanted it to be the same free-flowing, open conversation that he had with Trump. And I think even the most hardcore right-wing person would agree that Kamala Harris probably should have went on Rogan's podcast. And we would have got to see how biased or unbiased Joe Rogan truly is.
I don't
because
care
Joe
about
claimed
Kamala
to be
going on
neutral
Joe's
all the way up until the
podcast.
end, until he ultimately endorsed President Trump the night before the election. The great and powerful Elon Musk. If it wasn't for him, we'd be effed. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. And after Donald Trump won the election, it really seemed like these comedy podcasts had a major influence on the results, which, as you can imagine, probably feels empowering. Like, I bet none of these guys ever thought that their jokes would lead to impacting an election that will be remembered for the rest of human history. But with that kind of influence comes a tricky reality. When the person you celebrated doesn't deliver on everything you championed, it leaves you in a tough spot. How do you address it without undermining your own credibility or alienating that audience that agreed with you? Because Trump promised these podcasters that he would end wars around the world, and they've only gotten worse. He promised that the cost of living, groceries, and the economy would rebound under his tariff system, and that has only gotten worse. And the icing on the cake was him brushing off the Jeffrey Epstein case as if it was some irrelevant side note, acting like Donald Trump wasn't friends with or barely even knew the man who ran a global trafficking ring amongst the world's most powerful people. Trump's hypocrisy put these comedians who championed him in a strange position. Do they call him out the way they would any other politician, or do they sidestep the issue to keep from alienating the audience that still supports him? And in the case of Andrew Schultz, he was quick to deny and denounce everything Trump is doing despite endorsing him just 10 months ago. Andrew Schultz's podcast Flagrant has transformed from mostly silly banter to long-winded rants that feel more like informal TED Talks that lack research. He leans into the image of being well-read and politically sharp, positioning himself as a commentator and a comedian. Like when he spoke with Professor and Daily Wire collaborator Jordan Peterson about the woke era and how he goes about crafting a story.
I want to make a film. I'm really excited, but I'm really getting into story now and the power of story. I think we have a biological reaction to stories in the same way that we have to music. Like, I notice when I'm hanging out with my friends that I've known for decades, we will retell the same stories that we were all a part of. And every single time, our eyes light up, and we get goosebumps, and we laugh, and we get excited, and the stories morph and change, and we get to, like, relive them. In the same way, when a song comes on that was a song you absolutely loved, or you were going through something, you get to feel all those, like, emotions again, like you tap towards them. Like, even when somebody tells a story in a group, It's different than when someone has like a hot take or a premise. Everybody shuts up, and all of a sudden we're like around the campfire for some reason.
Now, obviously, everyone loves a good story, and most of what Schultz is saying is accurate, but he has a special way of drawing out these simple ideas to make them seem like intellectual epiphanies.
I love Schultz
What are you
epiphanies.
talking about?
Schultz epiphanies are my favorite.
Yo.
He repeats his statement and he's like,
That's crazy, though. It's true.
Schultz
No, they're doing drugs. I think, this is going to sound weird, but like I think drugs are almost like a necessary component to dealing with life in the way we have to live it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you need to do drugs if you're in Alaska. Yeah.
Andrew is the type of guy who finishes your sentence and now that's his idea. Schultz's character arc was amazing, from a likable, charismatic guy to someone I'd leave mid-conversation due to boredom and ego-driven narcissism. Then again, a lot of fans loved Schultz's depth. I'm just over 11 minutes in and this is mind-blowing. Schultz is passing up setups for great jokes in order to have a sincere and serious philosophical discussion. Meanwhile, my boy JP is making comedy both subtle and overt. I love it. Schultz's moral view on political and social issues mimicked that of your classic New York City guy. Socially progressive due to growing up around all different races and cultures, but clashes with modern internet liberals who dislike any version of a white guy making fun of minorities.
Don't go with that pull-out method with Latinas. You want a Latin girl's stomach, her belly button just opens up and takes that shit in, dog. Like hungry hippos in there, dog. You got on her back. That's why they call them. Now, guys.
But Andrew's justification has always been that comedy
What?
is comedy and nothing is off limits.
What we're not going to do is sit here with our tucked between our legs, apologizing on the podcast for jokes, okay?
But over the past few years, his takes started to shift. Not necessarily in a way that makes him fully right-wing, but enough that his audience noticed he was aligning more often with conservative-leaning guests, laughing alongside their worldviews, and treating their ideas with far less pushback than he once did. It was subtle at first, but eventually the political banter became a regular part of the Flagrant brand, to the point where now, when they have an
Flagrantly
actual
racist.
And on the podcast, you'll see comments like, a normal interview and hangout, finally, or finally a non-political interview. However, it's hard to imagine anyone would deny the opportunity to interview the president. So when Andrew Schultz and his co-hosts got the opportunity to have Donald Trump on Flagrant, it felt like years of slowly introducing their thoughts on policy was justified, when in reality, these politicians are just trying to capitalize on their audience. The interview wasn't the usual back and forth roasting or playful pushback Schultz built his career on, but rather a calm sit-down where they let Trump tell his story with minimal interruption.
We were close to a deal for getting rid of nuclear weapons. It would be so good.
For all countries or just Russia?
We were talking about Russia, ourselves, and China.
Oh, wow.
We would then bring everyone else into it.
And at the end of the podcast, he wanted to congratulate Trump as a peacemaker and praise his policies.
I would be remiss to not even bring this up. You've said that you want to have peace in these places, not just Russia and Ukraine, it's obviously the Middle East. I know that is a very tough task. I don't think maybe you get enough credit for what you accomplished and your administration accomplished with the Abraham Accords.
Iran was willing to do a deal. I would have had a deal with Iran and within 7 days after the election. I actually said, let's delay it till after the election because I was sure we were going to win the election. But things happened. You know, COVID happened.
Of course,
it
there's
was
a lot of things going on.
It was a mess.
But still, I think it's something that a diplomacy out in that region that hasn't existed prior. Is that something I would imagine that would be at the forefront of this next administration?
But once Trump got into office and didn't fulfill pretty much any of his promises, Schultz backpedaled his support.
I believe that about Trump. I believe when Trump, everything he campaigned on, I believe he wanted to do. And now he's doing the exact opposite thing of every single
know what he's done. It's easier for me to believe you wanted to do all these things if any of them were happening in the way that you said they were.
To that point, like there'll be people that like they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like. But he's like, oh, well, we kind of need the people working in restaurants and we need our farmers.
I believed in Trump. Andrew Schultz, ladies and gentlemen. Being tricked by politicians at your big age is actually insane. Not only did you vote for this, you helped campaign for it. He and his team put on tinfoil hats and addressed everything they could to reinforce that they were just as progressive as ever. They talked about the Middle East, the military-industrial complex, Epstein, banking, and elite bloodlines that inherit wealth.
Do you think they sat him down? They were like, listen, we're just going to kill everybody in your family.
It's so calloused and terrifying.
Like, I wonder if that's possible. I wonder if there's a conversation where it's just like, hey, listen, your family is currently on a trip to Aspen, and here's the flight, and there's 5 hours where it's going to be in the air, and it might fall out of the air. So we're going to have you do these certain things, or else your family will really never be able to fly again because we'll just shoot the plane out of the sky. And then just said it's another Boeing issue.
And despite his disappointment, Schultz tripled down that he doesn't actually think it's Trump or any elected president's fault that we don't see positive change around the world, and that it's actually a small, powerful group of shadowy figures that have enough wealth and influence to control everything. But much of his audience felt Schultz was trying to save face after his eagerness to platform the president and believe all of his campaign promises. And one of the biggest problems with drifting into politics is even when it seems relatively normal or casual, like with comedian Theo Von, conspiracies start to form that are incredibly hard to ignore. Before the last election cycle, most people wouldn't have thought Theo Von was any kind of political animal at all. He spent most of his career as a relatable hillbilly from Louisiana that everyone could get along with, sharing stories like an old-timer at the bar.
I grew up around some real crazy poor white people. They had a dude in our town, no arms, used to fight everybody. You know what I'm saying? He'd get you in that lurch. He would catch you with between his chin and his chest. He would snack you like a snake.
He had a way of making even the most ridiculous stories feel familiar, like you'd heard them from a cousin at a family barbecue. His offbeat tangents and self-deprecating humor made conversations feel easy and humble.
It'll cure Down syndrome, bro. I beat it. You beat it. Well, there's a lot of rumors in my town that I beat Down syndrome.
Well, that's inspiring, man.
That's how I felt when I heard him, because I didn't start him.
Which is why when he started hosting more high-profile guests, it never felt like a departure from his style. It just meant the dynamic was funnier. Instead of a local comic or small-town character, now it was celebrities, athletes, and billionaires sitting across from him, getting pulled into the same meandering conversations about childhood memories, weird neighbors, or awkward life lessons. And Theo acted 100% the same no matter who his guest was. That disarming approach made it easy for guests to open up in ways that they might have avoided with a more traditional interviewer.
This movie made 10 cents this weekend, and you'd want them to take the billboard down. You drive past the billboard like, the billboard's like, here's a bomb, the movie's a bomb.
You're up there at night in your Batman costume, just painting over it. The big one of those.
To put it simply, Theo made every guest, no matter how high profile they were, normal. Because after all, fame is a construct. We are all human. Now, the peak high profile guests is politicians. And as we got closer to the 2024 election cycle, Theo Von started bringing on people like J.D. Vance, Bernie Sanders, Tucker Carlson, Libertarian Thomas Massey, and even Donald Trump. But unlike most other podcasters, Theo was able to successfully get some liberal guests, like Bernie Sanders.
They don't even take those factors into consideration when they're making all of these, you call to get your medical bill. It's a nightmare. And I'm not even sick, I'm just somebody trying to get to the bottom of the...
All right, and why does that happen?
Because it's loopholes. They don't want you to get paid.
You got it.
Theo gave the vibe of being a simple, genuine guy just interested in having a conversation about what's real. But that same approachable vibe also came with some criticism, because Theo wasn't well versed enough in policy or history to challenge his mostly right-wing political guests. It created an environment where talking points were not challenged, making him nothing more than a propaganda tool. And you might think that's crazy, but it's these critiques that spiraled even deeper. Theo became a target for various conspiracies. One of them being that Theo Von belongs to an aristocratic and well-connected Polish family, and that his dad participated in propaganda for the Contras, a controversial guerrilla group that terrorized towns in the 1980s, and that his half-brother Roland was allegedly assassinated after a probe conducted by the DOJ and FBI. Then again, a lot of the idea that he is helping conservative propaganda seems to fall flat considering his outspoken support, specifically him crying dying in support of Palestine. You see, these comedians shifting to politics is a double-edged sword. On one hand, discussing these issues is important, and comedians like Theo might actually be better messengers, able to reach people who never watch the news or read policy reports. On the other hand, once these conversations happen, the comedy takes a backseat, and the audience starts judging them like any other political figure. One day, you're just the normal guy who likes to make people laugh, and then suddenly you're surrounded by a bunch of conspiracy theorists who want to pin you down as some sort of puppet or shill. Then again, other comics are expected and maybe even encouraged to talk about political and social issues, like Tim Dillon, who has long been praised for joking about everyone on the political spectrum, never letting one side off the hook. But after a recent secret meeting with the current administration, some fans are worried that he might have sold out for real. While most podcasters have a guest to interview or a co-host for every episode, Tim Dillon is the type of comedian who can rant by himself for hours on end. And with absolutely no structure, the rants would go in crazy directions. But he started to gain popularity whenever he talked about political and social issues. He was always open about his interests in the elites of the world, how they would get their money, and how they would use it to make their way into the center of American power.
The only thing interesting about New York is the massive amounts of money. That's the only thing left about New York, and that's fascinating. And I love money more than anyone, and I love the people that make it. So that's my Pokemon, is New York socialites. I want to catch them all. Though that's the way I love money, and I love the rich because they don't love me and never will. And it's so purifying, it's clear, it's clarity in a world of mishmash and nonsense. I love it.
He often defends the sadistic behaviors of powerful people and corrupt corporations because the absurdity of hearing him do it makes for some shocking moments.
Now, I'm against the pet and the murder, but let me tell you right now, it's a stunning estate. It's a beautiful property. It's an iconic property. It's a nice place to be. I am not for, but if we went down the list of places to be assaulted. I mean, the Franklin scandal, these kids are getting sacrificed in barns in Omaha. They were eating at Waffle Houses. This is Palm Mother Beach.
Tim has even expressed that he would do everything he can to be close to them and experience the good life.
Like a lot of people are like, oh, Tim Dillon's in LA, he's gonna sell out. Yes, I am here and I have my gaping wide open for a multinational corporation to mount me and me.
But instead of selling out to a multinational corporation, it may have been the US government. Then again, this wouldn't be much of a surprise considering he wasn't exactly shy about his morally questionable past, as he told stories about his previous occupation, selling predatory loans leading up to the 2008 housing crisis. He would shamelessly tell people to take out loans with the promise of massive returns in the near future, and not even the banks would question these shady deals.
The amount of tax-exempt retirement accounts that you put your money in with that $80,000, you make it work for you. You do not sink it into a house. Yes or yes? So the reality is this. We're taking the biggest loan possible. Then Mr. Pappas will set you free. Now sign this piece of paper for Christ. And at that point, you and your wife are crying.
Yeah.
And then we sign papers and you go die.
But how do you get the loan from the bank? They're giving them away.
Back in the day, what are we doing? We're talking about now or back in the day?
No, back in the day. Yeah,
back in the day, go to bank.
Create your own colossal, fully furnished, completely bespoke. What do you mean, completely bespoke Corvette class starship and No Man's Sky Voyagers? Assemble completely custom starship piece by piece from a catalog of hundreds of possible modules in a variety of sci-fi aesthetics. Explore full creative choice over your Corvette's configuration and furnishings. Select and arrange every section of hull, every wing and peripheral, every internal corridor and bunk bed. Invite your friends on board and transport them across the universe, or step out of the pilot's seat and walk around the interior of your ship as it autopilots to its destination. Take refuge in your Corvette, maximizing its stats and potential, and fight back against the Sentinel Horde in a time-limited community expedition. Okay, let's look at options here. Different engine, definitely. It has frame gen. I like the music. Here's a 6-hour save on normal. I think recently I did like a 40-minute. Yeah, wow, that was a long time ago. Maybe I'll start new, I guess, just so I can get a tutorial. So this is my normal save. It is 6 hours in. We could take a look, I guess. Let's just go take a look at the save. Haven't played this game in a little while. I'm gonna go get some water and piss. I'll be right back. Wow. A lot different from when I last played it. Hi, kitty. Did you take a nap? Hi. Hello, kitty. You want to cuddle? Oh, kitty. I love her. I love her, kitty. I love the kitty. I love her. Special K. She's a special kitty. Hi, kitty. I love you. Ah, kitty, your tail's in my face. Ouch, kitty. Ouch. Bye. Hello, kitty. Ouch, do not scratch me. Stop, 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 stop. Stop scratching me.
Suit power cells depleted.
Oh, hi, pretty kitty. I love you. Purr, 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 kitty. Oh, kitty, I love you. I love you, kitty. I'm so glad you're here.
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
I forgot to get water. I'll be right back.
Shield kinetic system online. Aerial propulsion jetpack online. Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete. Toxic protection falling.
Wow. Hi, kitty. You want to cuddle? Ouch, kitty. Kitty, stop scratching me. Stop scratching me, kitty. It hurts. Yeah, you, stop. You're like a scratch bully. You scratch me all the time. It hurts. I love you, but... Hi. I don't want to watch this anymore. Hi. Yeah, try to make it as close to my desire as I could get. Been 2 years since I played this game, and I like to give it a fair shake because it is a sandbox. I like sandboxes. Oh, she bumped my camera, sorry.
Life support systems activated.
Gay Brixa. L28 is 135 Fahrenheit.
System online.
Hi, kitty.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
So can you pause this?
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational.
Oh.
User initialization sequence complete. Panel protection fully.
So that's weird. This is an online game that connects to everybody else, but it is an offline game too. You can like pause it. Okay. How does pause work in No Man's Sky in custom mode? Okay, so in the settings in network right now, multiplayer is enabled. Allow PvP with no one. Can add base parts. No one. No one. Speech to text. Translate text. Wait, so you can pause in multiplayer, which I don't really understand. So I want to go to private, just like Fallout 76 or Grand Theft Auto. And then when I'm paused... Hi, beautiful kitty. I love you so much. Activate torch. Beautiful kitty. Perform scan. There it is in flight controls. Starting to seem a little more familiar to a normal game. A little bit. The scanner is a personal surface radar device that releases a high-energy pulse that reveals any critical survival resources in the immediate area. Now I gather ferrite dust. Hey, kitty. I love you. Oh, you make me so happy. I love you so much, kitty. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... Oh yeah, the scan mode that I just did, which was in, what, flight controls? Yeah, the scan mode was in flight, and perform scan was mouse 4. It's not going to let me bound mouse 4 to this, is it? That's going to make me angry.
component repaired. Technology repaired.
Oh, kitty, you make me so happy. Like, I like this game, but I don't think it's as good as Starfield. It's annoying. I'm gonna give up here. It's fucking annoying. I can tell immediately what I like and what I don't. I like Valheim more than this game. Yeah, I don't really like this game. I know that I don't like this game. It's fucking annoying. I can get off it fairly quickly. I almost always do. After like 40 minutes or something. What was that? Like half an hour? I'm like, I don't like this game. I know. I played it enough to know. Voyagers. Yeah, I'm sure the game's good, but it needs better combat, and that's not it. Oh, you pretty kitty. I made an SMG, but I don't know. Maybe SMG has range. I don't know. We don't know. Damn. Oh, my full. God damn it, I forgot. I can't run, can I? Where's the weight? 449 out of 340 because of this fucking seawater. God damn it. Go back. I've got to go back. It's so annoying. Oh, well, I didn't go that far. It's fine. Oh, kitty, I love you. For console games, No Man's Sky is really good. I guess I'm gonna make a bunch of salt, which means chopping a bunch of trees.
I said, Kelly, we got one!
Now, obviously, predatory loans were incredibly destructive and evil for countless American citizens, but the way Dylan talks about this corruption is what makes his fans like him. He's fully aware that the game is rigged, and you have to participate in it to survive. He constantly talks about conspiracy theories and how all of this selfish behavior will likely lead to a societal collapse. One of his most epic rants was on JRE, where he perfectly describes the impending doom we all face.
The system will collapse, but I don't know if we'll see it. And someone will come in and go, yeah, these elections are all fake and it doesn't matter anyway. Why do you need to vote? Here's a coupon for a chicken sandwich. And people go, I like chicken. And then, you know, people just go, they don't care. And then you go, there'll be Netflix, and there'll be Domino's, and you'll sit in your house and they'll say, well, you can't drive today because of the climate. And people go, yeah, it's Tuesday. Can't get in my car because of climate. And you'll sit there and they'll feed you poison and you'll watch TV. And a few people will riot, but very few, because most people will be pacified by the goodies, which they'll still probably have. And, you know, the leader will come on and tell, like, well, they'll be like, hello, everyone. And you'll go, hey, and it'll be a celebrity. It'll be someone you know, and they'll say a couple of things and be like, it's not that bad, is it? And they go, no, it's not that bad. And they'll feed you the propaganda, and you won't remember when you were free, and you won't remember. And most people will be fine with that, but me and you will be dead.
Tim's comedy positioned him in a way that makes him pretty much bulletproof to criticism. He's extremely socially aware.
Funny.
He gets the irony of being a wealthy comedian ranting about the struggles of the lower class. But instead of shying away from that contradiction, he leans into it. One minute, he's the everyman calling out corruption and greed. The next, he's mocking you for being broke and laughing about the perks of hanging around billionaires.
The biggest regret of my life is that I don't work in an insurance company in Ohio. You think I like driving this Bentley? It ruins every other car. I'm in a rental right now. It's insane.
That back and forth keeps his audience guessing whether he's speaking from sincerity or pure satire, making it almost impossible to pin him down politically. However, leading up to the recent election, Dylan found himself straying further and further away from being a chaotic centrist to interviewing figures mostly on the right. His biggest guest was J.D. Vance, whom Dylan focused on the housing market and corporations like BlackRock buying up massive amounts of real estate.
BlackRock
Is there a way to calm that down where they're purchasing all and they're driving up the cost of real estate? You walk around New York City, there are buildings that are full of empty apartments because it's money laundering from people overseas that are stashing money, and it's raising the cost of living for the entire city.
Dylan never actually outright endorsed Trump like Rogan did, but his increased political involvement has made it hard for him to avoid political attacks from people that see him, as well as other Rogan Sphere comedians, as right-wing allies.
One comedian who was like kind of in that, Fox, etc., that I tried to interview, his manager told me that he wouldn't do an interview with me because Rogan would get mad at him for talking to CNN. And
that's untrue. That's completely insane. Okay. That's completely insane. Okay. That is completely nuts. He was afraid of you.
Oh, okay.
He thought you were going to come in and really rough him up or something. There's no such thing as Rogan would be mad at someone for talking. That's crazy.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. Okay.
No.
And this is really how Tim Dillon tends to operate. He views almost everything from this kind of painfully obvious angle, like when he was pretty straightforward why Kamala Harris lost the male voter. You can't go to war with straight white men for 4 years and then ask why they didn't vote for you. That seems crazy. I've made fun of Meghan Markle a lot. I can't go, why don't you think Meghan Markle is watching my special? I just think you have to pick your fights in a better way. Tim likes to remind his audience that people, rich, poor, powerful, evil, or kind, are going to look out for their own best interests. Some people have to get screwed. It just is what it is. He even might take it a step further and say you should be happy about your life because it could always be worse.
Geek civilization is like, I'm bored at work. Don't you think that people in Gaza want to be bored at work? Don't you think they want to be choosing which coffee creamer to use? Sometimes I think I'm too smart to communicate with others, and that I should just sit kind of like the giver. Remember him? Did he even speak? No, he just took it all in. And that's where I think sometimes I am, because I keep trying to communicate with others and I'm at a loss, because who would defend American Express? Who would defend Geico? Who would say that that's the meaning of life? But it is. All these people write about the meaning of life. It really is to work at Geico.
Tim is quite literally the guy who would sell his soul and say, of course I did. What did you think was going to happen? And if you genuinely thought that he was the everyman looking out for your best interests, it's your fault for not seeing the signs over the years. And in a recent podcast, he may have done exactly that. Dylan talked about having a dinner with someone on the inside over a luxurious meal and seafood tower regarding sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm going to tell you about a dinner I had with a member of the administration. I'm going to tell you everything that I know. It's not a defense of the administration. In fact, I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. And I told them that. You need to release everything you have.
According to Dylan, he was told that any tapes that would leave powerful people in compromised positions are likely destroyed, and that all that was left were downloads that Epstein possessed that weren't connected to anyone in the government, just horrific videos involving civilians shared by some of the absolute worst people on the planet.
When Pam Bondi came out and said, I have 10,000 hours of evidence, what has been told to me is that is Epstein downloaded. It is not the tapes of powerful people in compromising positions. And the person who told me that said, listen, I'm not saying those tapes don't exist. I'm saying that the person who has that is either a foreign intelligence service, Ireland is a guess, or a billionaire or billionaires, or they have been destroyed. There isn't a tape of Bill Clinton, a 12-year-old, that Pam Bondi has on her desk.
Basically, these government people said, stop looking, stop worrying. There's nothing there. Throughout the whole rant, Dylan appeared to trust almost every word this mysterious political dinner friend was saying, suggesting that Epstein's partner, Ghislaine Maxwell, never received a plea deal of any kind to give up incriminating information.
No one offered Ghislaine a plea deal. Nobody went to Ghislaine Maxwell and said, give up somebody and we will reduce your sentence. And that could be for a couple of reasons. They didn't want to give a plea deal to that's certainly not a popular thing to do. But it could also be because people didn't want Ghislaine to be like, actually, I have a funny story. People didn't want that. They said, keep your trap shot.
Later in the dinner, Dylan suggested that it would be better for the administration if they let Maxwell testify before Congress, but nobody at the table liked that idea.
A couple of the people at the dinner, again, it was a small dinner, 3 or 4 people, they said that is not on the table at the moment, but it's not impossible. Nobody's super jazzed about it. Like, it's been suggested. Like, I thought I had the idea first. I didn't.
Tim Dillon has always enjoyed being well connected, and it's safe to say that he's probably not willing to say anything online that might anger his powerful friends. But then again, Dillon is a comedian. Who's to say he even had a dinner at all? Whatever the case, this didn't keep his audience from jumping to conclusions. I had a dinner with the group that has been lying to us, and they promised they wouldn't lie anymore. Tim Dillon. So effing annoying that we're constantly living in multiple layered psyops. He told us 1,000 times
Because of people
he would
like
sell
you,
his
you
soul if
idiot.
offered. Tim is one of the rare cases where his audience actually expects and even wants political content. That's always been part of his act. But some comedy podcasts have stood out as great examples of why you don't need to feed the political machine. A perfect example of this is the podcast Bad Friends, where they believe that political involvement is toxic and possibly career-ending. Podcast hosts Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee have stood out as some of the only comedians who stay away from politics altogether. They mostly focus on personal experiences, gossip, and silly banter. And even if they do lean into political topics or controversial issues, they turn it into jokes, because that's what comedians do. A perfect example of this is when Dan Soder talked about how underage kids are legally allowed to go to bars as long as they're with a guardian.
Local, not a law, but like people just go with it. Minors under this age are allowed to consume alcohol as long as they are accompanied by a parent, legal guardian, or spouse of legal drinking age in Wisconsin. It is a law.
Damn, dude. They have, that's basically like training wheels for booze.
100%.
They're like, hey, I let go back a block ago. You've been blacked
You're
out.
good to go, buddy! Just keep pedaling! Thanks, Dad!
Yeah, dude, Wisconsin would be the state that does that.
100%. But we used to go up there when I'd go with my parents to like Irish Fest, and we go to a bar, and it always felt like we were getting away with something. But the bartenders were like, what are you looking at? One of the beers? And they're like, okay, which one?
How old are you?
I was like 17, 18.
So you're already drinking.
Well, yeah, but never in a bar. Yeah, if we got into a bar, it's because we knew someone whose uncle owned it, who was just a degenerate blackout. He would just sit at the end of the bar and he's like, just make sure none of you guys drive.
Now, it's obviously horrible and irresponsible that bartenders somewhere in America are serving children alcohol willingly and knowingly that they're underage, and they could have expressed that and talked about Midwestern government policy or how the mayor needs to crack down on underage drinking, but instead they just made jokes, because that's really what the people want. Even when Bad Friends mention something political, it's always done in a sarcastic and silly way, like when they talked about vaccines and ICE agents.
We both took the Pfizer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Single shot, that did it.
That
messed up the body.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's all Fauci.
Yeah, it's all Fauci.
Oh, Fauci, dude.
It's Fauci's fault.
What a guy.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? They're making big changes over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not working for ICE anymore. You're done?
I'm done for ICE.
Okay,
for the
good.
time.
Because it's brutal.
That was, when History Hanging ended, got a job at ICE.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I couldn't take it anymore. You just couldn't. Screaming.
It's a lot.
Yeah, just the screaming. At first, I enjoyed it.
You still friends with Stephen Miller?
That's a friendship and the bond that can't be broken.
Okay.
I've noticed.
Any opportunity that Santino or Bobby have for a serious political discussion turns into a silly story to make everyone laugh. They recently discussed how many of their podcast peers are straying away from comedy and turning into a straight-up broadcasting network for American news.
You know what makes me happy? It makes me happy to know that this show is still as stupid as it's always been from the beginning, because I see a lot of our podcast pals or people in our sphere that are taking these shows to a level that we don't go to.
Which is what?
Well, they're all having like
They're all, like,
politicians on.
journalists.
Tim got interviewed by like CNN.
Yeah.
I was like, what in the is going on? I just don't think we want politicians on the show.
No.
It's getting a little muddled, right? It's getting a little...
I just think comedy podcasting is entering this world of like news or something.
Yeah.
And people are taking it serious, and it's not.
The beauty of comedy podcasts is that they used to be an escape, a place to laugh, hear wild stories, and forget about the chaos outside. Comedians used to unite us with laughter, and now they're just contributing to the system that keeps us divided.
Hello,
and it just ends abruptly.
Good God. That's probably picking up on my microphone. My windows are open, and this is the season we are now currently in. It is September, summer is over, and it is thoroughly raining. But anyway, that's today's weather update. Hi, welcome back to another episode of A Weekly Waypoint. Today we are playing No Man's Sky, and you probably know why. It's because they've just released 6.0, the, oh god, what's the update actually called again? The Voyager update, there we go. And I wanted to show it off a little bit, so I've started a new creative mode save, and I'm going to go and build one for you while we talk about this and other things this week. But yeah, I gotta say, man, every time I boot up No Man's Sky, I just fall in love a little bit harder. It's honestly one of my favorite games of all time at this point. I love it so much, and it just keeps getting better and better. For those of you who are not aware, and I will be showing you this over the course of this video, but this update added walkable ships, also known as corvettes, and by that I mean, you know, the kinds of ships in Starfield that you can kind of get up out of your seat and walk around in.
Yeah.
And they have corridors and stuff like that, and you can build them yourself. We can now do that in No Man's Sky. It should be noted that one of the major differences between, and I like Starfield by the way, one of the major differences between Starfield and No Man's Sky is that No Man's Sky is a multiplayer game. So, presumably this would have been harder to code in No Man's Sky. I don't know how coding works. It's completely different engines and languages and all that stuff, I'm sure. Maybe they're not comparable. But what I do know is that this is also a feature that Elite Dangerous? It's either Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen. One of the two has been promising for a while, and then No Man's Sky just came out and did it. And I love it so much because you can make these ships with these great big windows, and you can set it onto autopilot, and you can go and walk around your ship and do things while you're flying between destinations, which honestly is kind of a sorely needed update to the game, because as you just saw while I was traveling to the space station here, it's mostly just waiting, and I've never really minded that. It's a nice bit of immersivity. Immersion, that's the word. But I'm not gonna lie, I do usually end up just pulling out my phone and scrolling for a minute or two while I'm traveling between destinations. It's nice to finally just be able to get up out of your seat and go and like do some refining or move some things around in storage and so on and so forth. Although you could kind of move things around in your storage already, but you know what I mean. Now you can actually have cargo pods like you can in your freighter or your planetary base, and that is for sure where I am going to be storing all of my spare parts, because one thing I don't like about this update is when you do find a spare part out in the wild, you don't unlock it for later use. Have it in your inventory as an item in this inventory quite. But again, luckily we've got more space to store things by way of the corvettes themselves. So yeah, I'm going to get underway in the footage here and start building a ship. It's not going to be anything too fancy. In fact, it's kind of got some design flaws to it by the end of it. But just a reminder, I am in creative mode and I do not have to acquire these parts. I can just spawn them infinitely. I don't need to buy them or anything like that. Also, you can find parts by digging up salvage underground. And actually, that is something that is worth noting if you do want to play on creative mode, but you're worried there's not really that much gameplay unlock potential here. You do still have to go and find parts. You start with this basic swathe of parts here, but I'm pretty sure there are still different parts you can go and find out in the wild. That is an interesting thing about No Man's Sky creative mode, is that yes, it's a creative mode, you have a lot of liberties, but there's still a gameplay element to it. Like for instance, I don't have access to the anomaly on this save file because I haven't unlocked it yet through the story. So by the end of this video, if I do ramble on long enough to get to the end of my footage, I do actually go to the anomaly on my main save file just to show you another aspect of this update which I love, which is just walking around the anomaly. Oh boy, that came out weird. Just walking around the anomaly and exploring what other players have made. It's great fun. It's led to some quite wholesome interactions between strangers from my experience, and that's just great. But yeah, as far as this ship goes, don't expect anything too crazy or too awesome. If you go to like the No Man's Sky subreddit, you'll see some incredible designs people have been making, usually recreations of ships from other parts of sci-fi, like a Star Destroyer from Star Wars, or I just saw one of those Warhammer 40k ships with like the floating kind of cities on top, I guess. I would love to make a TARDIS myself, but of course a TARDIS has to be bigger on the inside, and that's not really possible in this game. But you know, I suppose people must be doing that, right? I love flying around, you know, things like decals and you know, emotes and stuff like that, all the way up to every day had its own ship if you watched 3 hours or more. And honestly, because it was 24-hour windows, that felt like a little much. Maybe this is just a perspective of someone who doesn't really care for Twitch or watching live streams in general. But even with the bare minimum of just throwing on a stream and muting the tab and collecting the rewards after 3 hours, I still didn't manage to get everything. I have some very noisy opinions about how dumb Twitch drops are as a concept, but clearly they work because people keep doing them. I guess most people, or I guess some people, don't do what I do, which is just mute the tab, so maybe it does bring in new viewers, and I shouldn't be so grouchy about it, but I don't know, man. I just think it's real dumb. Can't help but feel we're farming metrics for the sake of metrics and overlooking the fact that 90% of your viewers at that point are not really viewing. Gotta farm those ad watches somehow, though, right? Anyway, that's enough of that. That's the No Man's Sky update. I recommend giving it a whirl. As someone who's been playing a game since 2017, I just continue to fall in love with it with every update. In other news this week, I have started playing another video game. Shocker. And I want to preface this by saying, I am realizing that a theme of me playing games this year is me checking out games which are like AAA in scope, and I know this is also on the back of me saying I'm kind of done with AAA. I know, I get it, I know. But games which are AAA in scope, but also like in the 60, 70 Metacritic area, you know? Games which have been pretty broadly criticized, but actually, in my opinion, still have a lot of fun to be found within them. I'm talking games like Star Wars Outlaws, Final Fantasy, Stranger of Paradise, games like that, right? And I've discovered another one, everyone, because I picked up that Warner Brother Games Humble Bundle for like 10 quid, which comes with all of their really good old games and all of their newer games, and within that bundle includes Gotham Knights. That's right, surprise, this is actually a continuation of my Batman hyperfixation from last week. If you're not aware of the premise of Gotham Knights, I think it's got a really solid premise. Batman is dead. Batman lost the fight and died, and now it's up to Nightwing, Batgirl, Red Hood, and Robin to try and keep Gotham safe. This game, despite appearances, was not made by Rocksteady and is not a continuation of the Arkham series. It is its own video game, which means it has been heavily criticized for everything that it is not.
Ouch, kitty, stop scratching me, stop.
It does not have Arkham's universe.
Ouch, get those claws out of me, stop it.
A lot of the negativity which is thrown at the game is just thrown at it for being something it was never setting out to be in the first place. Which means it is prime material for a game to check out that might actually be really good.
Stop.
Spoilers, it's not really good, but it is pretty good. My main criticisms with it so far have just been that getting around the city feels a bit like a chore. It feels, you know, movement in general feels quite clunky, feels quite janky. Like you've got the not Batmobile, but the Bat bike, whatever that's called, the Bat cycle, and driving around Gotham on that feels pretty slow, and the handling doesn't feel very dynamic or anything like that. And other than that, you're just running around on foot and grappling around the place. The grappling doesn't have any physics. You just point, click, and zip towards a location, and it's fine, but it's also not very inspired. The combat is also quite slow, but the more you play it, the more you do come to like it, in my opinion. You know, it's pretty standard fisticuffs, punch, dodge, evade, grapple, that kind of stuff. I'm sure Arkham has a better...
Welcome to No Man's Sky. I am Survival Bob, and we are starting a brand new playthrough.
Thank you, Survival Bob. I'd like to sub your
tutorial.
channel.
I'm going to show you everything I've learned over the last 2,500 hours of playing No Man's Sky. And we're going to have some fun. I'm going to show you lots of different ways to do things, because that's one of the great things about No Man's Sky is for whatever playstyle you want, it gives you an avenue for that. There are 10 or 12 different ways to make money. There's 10 or 12 different ways to make nanites. You can play this game however you want, and I'm going to show you lots of different ways as we go through, and then I'm going to kind of do it the way I want to do too. So first things first, we're freezing. It's cold. We got to get some ferrite dust. So let's grab some ferrite dust. It's usually these rocks that are going to be laying around here. Now that we've done that, we're going to fix our scanner. Yes, we gathered ferrite dust. Do we have enough? No, not even close. We need 75. So lots of rocks. Once we get our scanner, we can analyze things. You see that little analyze with the question mark there? We'll be able to analyze and get a secondary resource from things that we gather. So let's see, we got 75. Yeah, we got enough. Let's get a little bit more just because we're going to need it. So let's get that. All right, now we can look around. We can scan and locate some sodium. I think I see a cave over here. Now, one thing you can do if you choose is you can run straight to your starter ship. I never do that. The direction you are pointing when you start the game is the direction of your starter ship. So if you just start running straight ahead, you'll get to your starter ship. Let's get some sodium. There we go. Let's grab some pulpy roots as well. Now, if you find a cave nearby, you can hang out in that cave and get some of your hazard protection back. I don't think I mentioned it, but I am playing in normal mode, so it's not going to be super difficult. I think it's probably the most popular and honestly one of the most fun modes, because the problem with the permadeath, I love the challenge, but the slot size being so small, and especially the refinery size, which makes no sense to me, I just don't enjoy it. All right, so now we got the marked signal showing up. That is going to be our crashed ship. So I'm going to gather some resources on the way over there. There's several resources that you're going to want to gather a lot of early game. Sodium, we talked about already. You find that with the scanner. It's the little yellow plants. You're going to want to get these blue crystals, which is dihydrogen. You're going to want to get oxygen right there, which you can get from oxygen-rich plants. You're going to want to get ferrite. You're going to need lots of that. Let's grab a little bit more sodium. So your scanner you can hit every so often. It takes a little while to recharge, but oh, hello. Fell down that hill. But don't be afraid to hit that scanner and see what's around you. Okay, there's that oxygen-rich plant or hazardous flora here. So shoot those and you'll get some oxygen from them. All right, which way are we going? This way. Hit that again. Oh, the other thing we're going to need is carbon, which you get from trees and plants. So carbon, oxygen, dihydrogen, which is the blue crystals, ferrite dust, sodium. I think that's about it. I may be forgetting something. These C+ is condensed carbon, so that works in place of carbon as well, and it does actually even better. Some things are going to just need condensed carbon. All right, let's grab some little bit more carbon. Gonna need a good amount of carbon. And there she is. Now, every time you get to your starter ship, there's gonna be a patch of oxygen. There's gonna be 4 oxygen plants every single time, because you're gonna need that to build some of the starter equipment. Now, I'm gonna go sit in my ship real quick and let my hazard protection recharge, and we'll talk about a few things while that happens. As you go through, you're gonna have a storyline. I'm not gonna go through the storyline just because I don't want to spoil it if you're new, and I've read it 1,000 times, it feels like. So we're gonna just kind of click through it, and I'll talk about it a little bit. But basically at this point, our ship is broken. You're alone on a strange planet and in danger, and you have no idea how you got here. But the ship recognizes you, and so does your exosuit. Now, unfortunately, your exosuit is going to talk to you nonstop. Actually, I think there's a way to turn it off now. I think there's a button for that. We'll take a look. So we got to connect our exosuit. I forgot we got to go through this little section here, and then we'll kind of look through our inventory. Okay. So now we went through that whole thing. We are not recharging. So if you jump right out now, you're not going to have recharged anything, because this kind of pauses the game as you go through this section. So we're going to have to fix our pulse engine, and then we're going to have to fix our launch thrusters. You can see that those are damaged here, and that's how we pure ferrite, dihydrogen jelly, hermetic seal, and metal plating. Metal plating we get from ferrite dust, which is why I was gathering the ferrite dust. Dihydrogen jelly we get from dihydrogen, the blue crystals I was telling you about. So we've got some of that going on. Now, there are nice new sorting options here. Now, I just kind of have my habit because it wasn't always that way. So I kind of do mine like this: carbon, oxygen, sodium, ferrite, dihydrogen. So I just kind of put the stuff I use right here, and then the stuff I don't really use, I kind of just stuff it down here just to keep it separate. Let's go ahead and make a dihydrogen jelly, and then we can make the launch thrusters, or we can start working on the launch thrusters, I should say. So we click on that and go in there, and then we need some...
It seems like a bunch of gates that don't need to be there. I don't know, though. And the combat seems lacking.
Pure ferrite. We get the pure ferrite by refining regular ferrite dust. Another thing we're gonna...
I will do this in the morning when I'm more fresh brain, but I mean, I've been at this since, I don't know, like early morning. And, yeah.
Need. So let's go ahead and do the metal plating bit as well. So that's done, and then we're gonna need how much pure ferrite? 50. All right, so we need to go grab some more ferrite dust. We have 102 oxygen right now. Now we can build a few things. We can make an oxygen recycler for 60 oxygen. I'm gonna wait on that because I know I'm gonna need some oxygen to make the refinery. The other things we can make, it's going to tell us we can do these at certain points in the game, but you really want the analysis visor, honestly, as soon as you can. So I'm going to go ahead and make that. You have to get a carbon nanotube, which takes 50 carbon, which we happen to have. And we click back on the multi-tool, and there you go. So now we have an analysis visor. Now, if you progress in the tutorial, it's going to kind of take you through that as well. Now, we need to make a portable refiner. Oops. What do you want me to do? You tell me. I need another metal plating. Okay, so I need to go get about 100 ferrite dust. These little rocks are good for that. Let's go ahead and scan them, see if we can get a little bit of extra resources. So we'll get some dihydrogen as well. That's actually really good. I'm going to use condensed carbon on that. Doesn't take as much. What is this? Unidentified. Sodium, excellent. Secondary resource. All right, so let me gather up this ferrite and then we'll be back. All right, we got our ferrite dust. Now these trees happen to have carbon and oxygen, so that's a good thing. I'm gonna grab a couple of these real quick and then we'll move on. Now, one thing when you're mining, you see the beam on the top right, it goes from yellow to orange to red. You want to keep it, if you can, you're going to get more resources if you can keep it in the red, and you want to tap it so that it doesn't overheat, so keep it at 100. And you're going to get a little bit more resources by doing it that way. It's more important early game when you just don't have a lot, but if you want to be efficient, that's how you do it. But just be careful you don't overheat or you got to stand there. And I overheated. Perfect. Hey, crab dude. Now, scan everything you can, because you're going to get a little bit of money for that. We got 3 grand for that. That was pretty good, actually. Oh, haven't analyzed that one yet. Dihydrogen. So we get like 200 for rocks, but Mr. Squid Dude gave us quite a bit. All right, so now we can make the refinery. Take this. I'm just going to throw the condensed carbon in there. All right, we got 50 pure ferrite. So we can go to our ship now and fix our thrusters. And then we need a hermetic seal. Now we're going to have to go on a little quest line to get that. The quest line is started once you talk to this little beacon dude over here. So I haven't done that yet because I've been doing these other things first. As soon as you start on that quest line, a storm is going to be called in. And it's not that big a deal, especially if you're playing in normal mode. So we're going to let that cook while we go do these things over here. So we'll grab all these boxes. These damaged containers are going to have rusted metal. You can actually refine that rusted metal into ferrite dust, so kind of keep that. The goop that I got earlier, I don't know if you saw that, but I'm put that in the refiner as well. A couple rounds of refining that stuff will turn it into nanites. All right, so we grabbed all that. Now let's talk to the red pulsing thing. And this is going to start us on our quest line. We are doing a fresh iteration, or we are a fresh iteration, a compliant anomaly, as they say. We'll see how compliant we end up being. So one of the things that I really want to do in this episode, because this is the Voyager's update, is I want to do as much as we can out of the Corvettes, which is the new class of ship that we have. I am excited, and I'm going to try to get one in this first or second episode. So we're going to do our best to get to a Corvette just as quickly as we can. So we got to get a hermetic seal. We don't know where one is. We're going to request assistance, and this is just part of the tutorial. Now it's going to send us to go find a hermetic seal after we talk to this. I forgot we had to talk to it twice. We get a planetary chart, and then that tells us where the seal is. Chart. Bam. Now when you go up like this, it's a good idea to look around and just see if you see anything else. I don't see anything else. But sometimes you can be right next to a building and not even realize it because of the terrain. So it's worthwhile when you pop a chart to pay attention. Bob's not always the best at paying attention, but, you know. So we go from residual goop to viscous fluids. Viscous fluids are going to turn into living slime, and then living slime is going to turn into runaway mold, and then runaway mold is going to turn into nanites. And I normally don't do that just because it just takes too long and I can't be bothered. But early game I'll do it, just because we're so poor on nanites and money and everything. Oh, let's scan that. I need every little bit I can get. I'm not going to stand around waiting for it or anything. Oh, hey, little dudes, let's scan these guys. 1600, nice. All right, so we're going to head this way. A storm is going to... going to kick up while we're going, but I will meet y'all over there as I grab a few things on the way. Now these blue plants, the deuterium-rich plants, are going to give you a boost to your jetpack. Now, if you've never played before, you may be wondering what the hell that is, or how I'm doing that punch jump thing. I'll show you in just a second. Let me scan that. Can I scan that? Yeah, I got it. Creeping me out, bro. Grand, thank you, you weirdo. So, if you want to move faster, you hit the melee button, which on keyboard is Q, and then you hit the boost button, which is spacebar. So as you're running, you hit Q and then spacebar immediately, and you'll get that little kind of punch jump is what I call it. Here comes the storm. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, hey guys, sorry. Didn't see y'all there. Oh, these storms have got, oh God, okay. So this is a cave. I happened to fall in by accident, but it's a great place to hide out and wait for a storm, because as you can see down at the bottom left-hand side of the screen, my hazard protection is recharging even though there's a storm outside. So, and the caves are actually going to have some pretty good resources for you to get. So these little guys here are going to give me carbon and oxygen. So scoop up some of them. These marrow bulbs here you can refine into sodium. I don't really do that much because I don't use a lot of sodium. I try to make batteries. And the way you make batteries is with cobalt, which you find in caves. These stalactites and stalagmites are going to be cobalt and then sometimes another material as well. So we're going to scan all of those so that we can make sure we're getting the secondary. Usually it's going to be like silver or gold or something pretty good, honestly, but you don't get a lot of the secondaries. Now these hazardous flora are going to be all over these caves as well, so just make sure you're watching out for them. Shoot them, get you some sodium and some oxygen from these little guys. They're not super threatening in normal mode, so as long as you don't just stand there, but you can run right by them and it's not that big a deal. It'll hit you, but it won't even take your shields all the way down. Now these are albinum pearls inside this humming sacks, so you open these up and then you can grab that pearl, and that's going to be worth a few bucks. No? Why can't I get it? Okay, I guess I'll just play with the sack for a while. My wife gets on to me about that. All right, so I'm going to grab up some resources, and I'll be back. I'm going to get a decent amount of cobalt. I'll show you what I gather. Spend a couple minutes doing this that I'll cut out for you guys. Now, back in the day, you used to get cobalt because that was one of the best ways to make money, was by duplicating cobalt, not through any kind of cheaty way, but just through the ways that the system gives you. You can make cobalt and use that to crash the economy system and buy it and sell it back at a profit. So they have taken that out, so if you want to do the duplication stuff, you can still do it, you can still make some money, but it's just not a feasible way for me to make money these days. There are trees in this cave, that's really weird. There shouldn't be. All right, so if you get some of these geodes, make sure you go ahead and analyze them, and you'll get some more materials from them. And we got a little bit of silver, we got 156 cobalt, got some more carbon, oxygen, and sodium. Now what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna make some ion batteries. That is 5 ferrite dust and 10 cobalt. It is really cheap to make these. It is so much easier than using sodium. I save my sodium for my starship shields in case I get in a fight. So we're going to build probably like, let's just go ahead and make 10 of those for now. And we should be good. All right, I went ahead and gathered up some more carbon because we're gonna need it once we go to build our base, which we're gonna have to do relatively soon. So we've got our hazard protection charged up. Let's get back out of the hole if we can. Now, if you run into a problem of a hole you can't get out of, if you face a flat surface, you can go up and it's not really gonna, you're never gonna run out of juice for your backpack. That's one of the fixes that they put in so that you don't get stuck somewhere. If you just find a flat surface, you can just go straight up it. This here we're passing is a knowledge stone, and this tells me we're on a Viking planet. I could have done that, found that out a couple different ways, but there are 3 races, well, 3 main races, and the Viking is my favorite by far. They're more warlike, and we're going to learn some words, and that's going to be helpful because when you talk to them, you're not going to know what they're saying. And the more words you learn, the more words you're going to fill out when they talk to you. Accept the knowledge. It doesn't take this long just the first time. You got to go through that after this. When you run by and grab one of those, it's just going to give you the word. All right, we are here, finally, a little detour. But this is always going to be two little, what I call space trailers, right here. And that's going to give you, wait, what is this? Why is it sending me here? I thought it was I thought it was inside the space trailer. Did they change it? Huh. He's telling me he left it behind in the fabricator. Okay, so it's in there. Usually it's inside one of these trailers on the wall. So we can learn a word here as well. Interloper, the Viking love to say interloper. So we got our hermetic seal, which is what we came from. Yeah, usually it's right here in this hollow archive. Okay, it's here as well. That's weird. I think that's a bug. So it looks like it's in both. I'm gonna grab both just to be sure. So let's recover the supplies. I just wanna make sure that I get the recipe for that, because if you don't get the recipe now, it's kind of a pain in the butt. All right, so now we gotta head back to our ship. This is where, and it's gonna tell you to find your visor, build a visor, because it's not gonna show you where your ship is, or at least it used to not show you where your ship is until you did that. And then you gotta scan something. Oh, we got an unknown building over here. I wonder what that is. All right, so these towers are great because this is gonna give me a location for a miner's outpost, which is a place that we can go and buy materials if we want to. They're decent places to build a base by as well, or miner's settlement, excuse me. I said miner's outpost, but it's a settlement, I guess. Not much of a settlement, it's just one building. All right, and so we have that marked now as long as we need it. Or until we go there, I should say. All right, so now I got 800 U to go back to my ship, so I'm gonna run back and I will see you there. All right, so another reason that I wanna grab a good amount of these dihydrogen crystals is because we're gonna use those for life support gel, and that is how I like to recharge my life support. You can use oxygen, and that's what the game tries to tell you, but the reality is it's harder to get oxygen than it used to be. So I like to make life support gel, which takes one dihydrogen jelly and some carbon. Now I actually found a dihydrogen jelly in a box that I grabbed, so I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. We'll stick that in our life support. I'm gonna go ahead and make another one right now, just so I got one on deck, and we'll make one more. And that way I don't have to worry about it for a while. Oh, baby, this is a good planet. All right. Where am I going? This way. Now, one thing I will tell you about No Man's Sky is play it the way you want to play it, and if you enjoy wandering around on planets and gathering materials, do that. Don't rush it. It's going to look like I'm rushing it, but that's just because I'm trying to make it interesting, because me walking around on a planet for an hour is not a video that anybody's going to watch. I'm going to be kind of running through pretty quick, but when I'm playing on my own, I'm just kind of wandering around, enjoying the environment, enjoying seeing where my scanner leads me from various points of interest. Don't rush it, because it's way more fun and chill if you just kind of take it as it comes, in my opinion. Unless you're the kind of guy who likes to rush stuff. Now, one thing I recommend for No Man's Sky is to set hotkeys if you're playing on keyboard. You can hit Control and a number, and you can make that a hotkey. So, like, I like the hotkey photo mode, and then I will hotkey first person camera view for both on foot and in my ship, just so I can easily swap back and forth between first and third person, and camera mode if I want to grab a picture real quick. I'm not fumbling around. Okay, we are taking off. Now, here's a trick that if you want to go to the space station immediately, you can use the little HUD map right in front of you to find it. Now, it's generally not marked unless they've changed it.
I'm gonna get up for just a minute here and get something to eat. Okay. Hey, sissy. Hey, sissy. Dinner? Hey, sissy. Hey, sissy. Some food. Hey, sissy fat lard. You want some food? Hey, sissy. I bet that got your attention. Oh, yep, here she comes. Oh, there she is. I got her attention now. Yeah? Dinner time for both of us. Okay, kitty. Here you are. That's your nighttime meal. We gonna fatten you up, kitty, and eat you.
Did they change it? No, they didn't. So that little diamond that is right on the top circle, that is the space station. Now they're going to teach you to go to the space station pretty soon, but if you want to go before you go to the next planet, that's how you find it. After that, after you go to the first planet, it'll just show up for you. Other thing is, when you're in space, shoot some rocks. Spend a few minutes in shooting rocks because you're going to pick up some decent resources. Not a ton, but it's kind of fun to shoot rocks for a little while, and you're going to get some tritium, which you need. You're going to get a little bit of gold, a little bit of silver, which you're going to need as well. Somebody's calling me. Hello? Incoming transmission. Please identify yourself. I'm Bob. I'm not alone. I know you're talking to me. And the broadcast is over. So now it gives us coordinates for the next planet. I'm going to take a second to shoot a few rocks, then we'll head to the planet. So I got a decent amount of tritium. That's kind of what we need for our fuel to get around the star system. A little bit of silver, a little bit of gold, and these tritium hyperclusters, which I can analyze and will give me usually more tritium. And then I got some antimatter actually that time, which is pretty good. So sometimes you'll need those tritium hyperclusters for a recipe, something you need to craft. All right, so let's take a look around the system real quick before I go to the planet they want me to go to. You can point at a planet, scan it with C, and it will give you the information about it. So we got a scorched planet with ancient bones. Ancient bones are a great way to make money early game, and they've got some pretty cool trophies and things you can do with them for base decoration that they did a few updates ago. Well, that's a kind of a cool planet. We got here, come on, infested paradise. Oh, so it's a paradise, but it is infested. I don't know what that means, but it's got salvageable scrap, star bulb, and copper, paraffinium, and cobalt. So the salvageable scrap is a good thing. We're gonna need that for the new Corvette class ships that they've added, which are awesome. And it's also a great way to make money early game. So that's got salvageable scrap as well. And I think this one did too. Scrap everywhere.
Oh,
probably except for this.
I thought.
Is this on the same planet
I was
we were
sitting
on?
on you, kitty.
It is. Usually it's on a separate one, but I have had it on the same planet before.
Good kitty, good kitty.
I guess all those other planets were too nice. All right, let's. Oh, I gotta hotkey my Here we go. There we go. Hotkey third person. All right, so the approximate location is the worst thing about No Man's Sky. It is not fun, and whoever decided it was fun is an idiot. Basically, it makes you land and then look for the place that's right next to it with your analysis visor. And if you like doing that, let me know in the comments down below, because you would be the first one I've ever heard of. All right, so we're here. Now, I could have landed over there and then looked through my visor, but I knew I was looking for a landing area that looked like this with the burning chunk of stuff here and a little bit of stuff over here. And this is going to tell us what we need to know and give us our stuff for our base computer. Decipher the signal, decoding, deployable base computer, thank you, and a terrain manipulator. All right, so now we can make a terrain manipulator as well as a base computer. In order to do that, we're going to need chromatic metal. You can get chromatic metal by buying it, by destroying some things that have chromatic metal in them, or by getting some copper, which is what they want us to do, and refining it. So let's get our terrain manipulator, which is going to take 2 carbon nanotubes and a dihide jelly. So we'll make that real quick. 2 of those, 1 of those, and actually, you know what? While I am going to do that, let's leave our refiner here and have that refine some rusted metal. And we'll have that working while we go get some copper. So I'm going to run over to this copper deposit, and then we'll start mining it up. All right, let's fix our terrain manipulator real quick too. All right, so the thing about the terrain manipulator, once you equip it, it's going to give you a couple different sizes of balls. The big ball is going to make a bigger hole, but the small ball is going to grab more resources. So if you're just digging out to make a hole for yourself, you want to big ball it. But if you're going for copper or something like that, you're going to want to small ball it, if you want to get a bunch of resources, or if you want to get the most resources possible. Now, it does take a lot longer when you small ball things, but hey, sometimes it's worth it, right? Now, another thing you can do, which I don't like to do, is you can hit C, and it will show you an outline of the deposit. I don't like the way it looks, but if you can't find, if you want to make sure you're getting all of it, that can help you sometimes define the borders of it. Now, you'll notice as we're getting this copper, we're also getting some silica powder. Silica powder is dirt. Now, you can use that to recharge your terrain manipulator, so you don't have to use the ferrite dust. Or you can also use it to make glass, which you're going to want if you want windows in your base, which I tend to like to look at windows. So I try to hang on to the silica powder when I can, but I know I don't have to, so it's one of those resources, if I run out of room, I'll throw it out, just because it's literally everywhere. All right, so we're out. So terrain manipulator, the first thing it's going to want you to do is ferrite dust, but if you scroll all the way to the end, you can use silica powder. All right, we got the copper. We got a butt ton of copper, almost 1,000 copper in that hole, and we're going to need it because you need chromatic metal a lot. All right, so now it wants us to build a base computer. We don't have to build it on this planet though, so let's not stay in the cold. Let's go find a better spot. Oh, but before we do, we want to grab the salvaged data, which is where? Oh, damn it, it's underneath my ship. Yeah, so every time you see one of these, damaged machinery, there is going to be some buried technology, and you're going to need a terrain manipulator normally to get it. Now, sometimes they stick up out of the ground, or they are high enough to the surface that you can just grab them through the ground without having a terrain manipulator. You're going to want to have those so that you can get technology blueprints a little bit later on. I'm going to go back in the first person to make it easier to find planets. That's the infested paradise. That's the arid, scorched, and frozen. Okay. Infested paradise it is. It's like staying in a cheap motel at a fancy beach. All right, so let's check out this infested paradise. Now, I totally forgot to go to that miner's outpost, but that marker's still there, so if I want to go, I can. This is interesting. Okay, so this has got these flashy eggs on it, which is not my favorite. Oh, hey, big worm. It's also got a big worm on it. All right, so these little things, these Titan worm burrows, are a resource as well. All right, so we got some salvage containers. All right, so I tell you what I'm gonna do is fly around a little bit and see if I can find a decent place to drop a base. I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. If I'm gonna build a base, I want at least a decent view. So I'll bring you back when I find something. Or get tired of looking. All right, and I am tired of looking. I found a couple places that I was like, no, this will work, but there was like a Titan worm burrow literally right next to the spot. So I'm just gonna build on this little island because I know there's not gonna be anything bad here. And we'll go from there. So first thing we gotta do is throw down our refinery and get some chromatic metal, which again, we use copper. Go ahead and take that. I'm just going to go for all of it, which it'll run out of carbon before it does all that. So we just need 30 chromatic metal, and then we can get a base computer. Let's go ahead and grab that. Nailed it. Slap down a base computer. Got it. All right, and now we have to build stuff. I am going to build the most basic of bases after I talk to the computer, and it says it's okay. Searching archives. Now, you can't build a base too close to anybody else. The only time this comes into play is during the expeditions. I've never really had a problem with a base location. And if you do, just turn off multiplayer. And you won't have to worry about it. Okay, base computer's online. Talk to it again. It's going to give us some parts, I think. All right, so give me the plans, and now we can build a base. All right, so we're gonna start with the timber. Actually, we're gonna just build it up a little bit. So let's start with, let's go right, a wall right here, and then we'll get a platform on top of that. Just because I don't like it when the floor comes through. And then I'm going to get rid of that wall because I didn't want to go quite that far out. All right, there we go. We're going to make a bob box. Now a storm is also going to come here, because they like to do that, just to show you that your base can give you cover from the storm. Now you can also go to B and hit build mode, hey big worm, and then move the camera around much more freely, which I tend to forget to do. All right, there we go. Base computer's updated. How's it going, base computer? All right, so now we're going to go through a couple things and where we just kind of follow this and extract the plans and build the things it tells us to build. The first thing is going to be this construction unit. Now, I like to move my base computer inside my base, especially now. So when I'm in build mode, I'm going to go point at my base computer and just hit move and then just yank that inside my base. And now I don't have to worry about going outside. So what did we need? We need to build a construction research facility which needs magnetized ferrite and a carbon nanotube. So we got to go get our refiner. Let's grab that and put that in our base as well. Do we have stairs yet? I have not learned stairs. All right, that's going to be one of the first things we're going to want to learn. That's the problem with what I just did. All right, so portable refiner, put that right there. Let's get some magnetized ferrite going, which is ferrite refined a couple times. So you go pure ferrite is a 1-to-1, and then the pure ferrite is going to be a 2-to-1. So we're going to get half as much, but we're for the magnetized ferrite. Luckily, this is pretty quick. It only takes a few seconds to do these kind of things, so it's not bad. See if there's anything else I want to be refining. Might as well leave that going. All right, so construction. Oh, I need a carbon nanotube. Bam. With that, I always put it in the corner for some reason. And now we're going to research the teleport module, and then I need to go get a couple more because I need to get the battery as well, or the biofuel reactor, I should say, which is another 1. So you need 3. Unfortunately, I only got 2 from that one. All right, so we got that. 315. All right, so we're going for the 200. Deepest ocean. I'm like 3 feet underwater, but this is a new character, so it's my my planetary registry. Found the deepest ocean so far. Oh, look, this one's actually floating in the sky, and that's going to happen sometimes. All right, I just got 2 that time. All right, so always grab this damaged machinery because there's a chance you can get an upgrade module to help you. But you're always going to, if you don't get that, the normal thing to get is nanites. All right, so let's run back to the house, which I cannot even see because I went to the wrong island. All right, let's get a biofuel reactor, and then you're going to want the wiring, which is free. You just got to click it. And that's it. Now, there's good things you can do with a signal booster and the save beacon. You'll get these as you go through. So if you've got some extra, you may want to grab a signal booster to find some stuff, which is very useful. But I'm going to get a set of stairs because I don't want to jump. Really? Pure ferrite? You guys are annoying. That's why I don't have a door, because I need pure ferrite for that as well. I just couldn't be bothered, apparently. There we go. Might as well throw a door up now that we got the pure ferrite. Hey, there we go, safe and sound. All right, now it's time to build a teleport receiver. We need 2 carbon nanotubes. Let's get some room in here, and we will do that by just refining stuff. All right, 2 carbon nanotubes. And then we can get our teleport module. And then we're going to want to power it with a biofuel reactor. Now, if you haven't played in years and years, these things used to suck. They are not bad at all. They're actually pretty OP in my opinion, because you can fuel these things for like 12 hours for just a little bit of material here. So let's go with 6 condensed carbon. That's going to give me 11 hours. Isn't that crazy? Wait, what? Insufficient power. Did I miss that up somehow? That clicks to that. There we go. Okay, I must have just missed it or something. So if that happens, just delete your power cable and try again. We did that. Explore the planet, expand your base, check. Now we get to go to the space station. But what I want to do is I want to go grab some stuff before we go to the space station. Now, at this point, it's getting a little messy. You may want to resort your inventory by type or alphabetical or by color, whatever you prefer. But type kind of works for me when I'm not doing my normal go-to. One thing I will say, I don't know if you saw me grab the food, the pulpy roots, but you'll see these things around. You can eat these right there, what you can get from oxygen-rich plants. that we gather. So let's see, we got 75. Yeah, we got a
line. Now they're gonna keep shooting at me, I'm just gonna shoot at them.
Look at this! Look at this! It's just tapping it! Oh my god, it's so good! Whoa.
Yep.
Welcome back to No Man's Sky, everyone! Jason here, and holy cow, there is an amazing thing that just got added accidentally to the Expeditions update No Man's Sky, and it is pretty amazing. So before I jump into it, I just want to give credit where credit is due. I was over on the No Man's Sky subreddit, the actual Reddit for No Man's Sky, and a user named Duval79 posted this. Duval79 posted this, and it is pretty epic. So let me just show you what it looks like, and then I'll show you how to do it. Oh my god. So, and look at this. I am just like Rocket Man. Let's see how far I can get away from my base that I was just at. Oh my god! Oh! I just smashed into that mountain. I just went 6 minutes in like what? 15 seconds? Look at that! That's my base. That's where I was right there. Oh my god! Alright, so if you want to go through and melee jump, like super rocket jump, oh my, this is the most amazing thing that I've ever seen. Alright, so the key to doing this is you have to